Governmental operations, state and federal legislation. Please silence all cell phone electronic devices, and as a friendly reminder, do not approach the dais unless your name has been called. Chair, we're ready to begin.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning. Sorry for the late start. My name is Lincoln Ressler, and I have the privilege of chairing the City Council Committee on Governmental Operations, State and Federal Legislation. I would like to welcome my colleagues this morning, Councilmember Schulman, Councilmember Williams, and of course Councilmember Carr of Brooklyn. Today we are holding an oversight hearing on community boards and proposed legislation to provide additional support for community board operations in order to make them more effective and accessible to the public. Community boards play a vital role in making our communities more dynamic and more democratic. They are responsible for advising on a wide range of government decisions, from land use proposals to liquor licenses and transportation projects. This community-level engagement is key to ensuring all voices are heard in city government, and community boards provide an essential forum where all New Yorkers can weigh in on the matters of the day. But community boards have very limited capacity, with budgets that have not significantly changed in decades, and typically a staff of only 2 or 3 people. They must rely on other city agencies and resources for the support they need. In 2018, the voters passed charter amendments to establish term limits on community boards, encourage more diverse appointments by borough presidents, and provide more support from the Civic Engagement Commission. 6 years after these reforms have taken effect, we continue to hear from community boards about the challenges they face to operate effectively and properly and fully engage the communities they serve. Today, we'll be hearing 4 bills that I've introduced to help address those concerns. Intro 1314 will create an Office of Community Board Support within each borough president's office to provide dedicated legal, technology, human resources, and planning support for community boards. With additional budget resources, I'll say that again, with additional budget resources and clear lines of responsibility, borough president offices will be able to provide the technical assistance and back-end support that community boards need to successfully carry out their charter mandates. Additionally, Intro 1316 will create an Office of Community Board Support within DCAS to assist community boards with locating accessible office and meeting spaces. Intro 1315 will require community boards to live stream their meetings and share regular monthly email updates with community board members and the public. And Intro 1318 moves the community board appointment date from the spring to August 15th and requires applicants to attend 1 community board meeting before applying. Together, these changes will ensure community board members have adequate training and members of the public can easily participate in the activity of community boards. These legislative changes, all of which are achievable without a charter referendum, again, all of these legislative changes can be done without a charter revision commission, without a referendum going to the voters, are not realistic without increased resources. I'm committed to securing a commitment on necessary funds as part of this legislative package to make these changes feasible. We also will be hearing legislation proposed by Councilmember Carr of Brooklyn to require the publication of community board bylaws, legislation proposed by Councilmember Williams relating to equal opportunity trainings and district manager term limits, and legislation proposed by Majority Leader Farias relating to legislative trainings for board members. In addition, we're also hearing Intro 1134 and Intro 1317 today. Intro 1134, sponsored by Councilmember Krishnan, will require city agencies that collect demographic information to include additional data on race and ethnicity. Having detailed demographic data is crucial to ensuring transparency, accountability, and equitable treatment of all communities within our city and dedicating resources to where they are needed most. Intro 1317 proposes an elimination of several reporting requirements in the city charter that have been identified by the Report and Advisory Board Review Commission as obsolete. The Report and Advisory Board Review Commission is charged with reviewing what reports are sent to the city, to the administration and the council, and recommend some for discontinuation. I support these efforts to improve government efficiency and streamline outdated requirements, but I do want to stress that I believe the city's compliance with the first ever demographic data laws, Local Laws 126, 127, and 128 of 2016, is still in need of improvement, and hope we can advance Intro 1134 to address those concerns. Before I conclude, I'd like to note that the Adams administration has decided not to send any representatives to the hearing today. Numerous city agencies, OTI, DCAS, CAU, CEC, are directly responsible in the charter for assisting community boards with various aspects of their work. Yet the mayor and his agencies care so little about community boards that they've decided to not even show up for the hearing and answer questions. At a time when the Mayor's Charter Revision Commission is considering changes to dramatically weaken the role of community boards in the land use process, it's painfully clear that Eric Adams does not care about what our communities have to say. And I'll just add, as legislators, we craft better legislation when we engage in a substantive, on-the-record back and forth with the mayor's agencies. His lack of courtesy and concern for the legislative process and for the bills that we draft is disappointing. It's not a surprise at this point, because I don't think Eric Adams is paying all that much attention to governing, but we are where we are for 6 more months. With that, I want to thank the Governmental Operations Committee staff, Jason Ganapathy and Erica Cohen, for their work preparing for this hearing, as well as my Communications Director, Neve Mooney, and my Chief of Staff, Molly Haley, who is brilliant. I will now turn it over to my colleagues for opening remarks on the legislation. Before I do, I would like to thank Councilmember Palladino for joining us. We will begin with our Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chair Ressler, for the opportunity to speak on my bill, Intro 1075. This bill is about empowering appointed leaders of our communities with the knowledge, tools, and necessary skills to participate meaningfully in local government. Intro 1075 would require each borough president and any other additional agency in coordination with the Civic Engagement Commission to provide annual trainings on 3 key areas: the state legislative process, the city legislative process, and the most recent version of Robert's Rules of Order. These trainings would be provided to community board members and district managers and made available to members of precinct community councils, community district education councils, and the board of directors for business improvement district management associations. Why is this necessary, you think? Because too often, New Yorkers who step up to serve on these local bodies are unprepared. They're eager to help shape their communities, but they don't have a clear understanding of how bureaucracy works or doesn't work, how budgeting impacts the agencies that govern their communities or roles, how city or state legislation advances, or how meetings are properly supposed to function. Without that knowledge, meetings become irrelevant. They have little to no impact, frustration builds, and trust erodes. We lose the very people we are attempting to build with, and apathy amongst community members continues to increase. I want to change that. I want to provide structure, transparency, and confidence in the process so that civic meetings advance efficiently and so that residents can engage without feeling shut out or confused. This bill came from a recent experience. I inherited a business improvement district where board members refused to sign their annual contract renewal with small business services. And to members there, they decided on the final day to all resign. No advance notice, with no vote of stakeholders, they attempted to shut down the entire bid. In that meeting, if members were equipped with the knowledge of votes and meeting procedures, Robert's Rules, then other stakeholders could have had made themselves nominations and voted a new board to sign a new contract. But because there was no knowledge or understanding of how that structure was supposed to roll out, those members instead caused chaos, disruption, and fear. Don't worry, I got the bid back on track and we have a great board of members right now, but this should never happen. By passing Intro 1075, we can ensure that all our local boards, whether it's a community board, a precinct council, or a bid, have access to the training and tools they need to serve effectively. This is a simple but meaningful step we can take to strengthen democracy at the hyper-local level. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I look forward to working with the administration on its passage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Majority Leader. Really appreciate you being here today. Next up, we'll go with Councilmember Williams. Always good to see you.
Thank you, Chair. And as a former community board member, I'm really excited about this entire package of bills. I do think it'll make community boards run much more effectively, equitably, and just all around better. Community boards are a vital part of how our city functions. They weigh in on land use, help shape neighborhood priorities, and connect residents to services and decision makers. They are also one of the most visible spaces where New York is engaged directly with local government. How these boards operate shapes the way neighborhoods grow, how concerns are heard, and how city resources are directed. That's why both of these bills are focused on structure, clarity, and accountability, the fundamentals of strong, responsive public service. Intro 472A would require borough presidents to provide equal employment opportunity training to all community board members. This is about more than compliance. It's about creating a basic citywide standard that reflects the seriousness of the work and the dignity of the communities being served. Board members are volunteers, yes, but they're also public servants. This training helps ensure that every board operates with respect, fairness, and a shared understanding of what it means to serve an entire community, not just a select few. Intro 1065 addresses the role of district managers, who are critical to how boards function day to day. They manage operations, coordinate city services, and support board members in carrying out their responsibilities. But right now, there's no consistent structure for how district managers are hired, evaluated, or supported. That lack of clarity creates instability, making it harder to retain good staff, weakening internal operations, and leaving too much room for politics to interfere with process. Intro 1065 brings necessary guardrails to the position. It gives boards a shared framework that still respects local discretion while helping ensure the work is steady, professional, and accountable. When there's no structure, there's no consistency. And when there's no consistency, important issues get delayed or lost in the shuffle. Communication breaks down, decisions become unpredictable, and residents are left without reliable support. These two bills are about setting our boards up to succeed. They create the kind of structure that helps volunteers lead effectively, helps staff stay focused, and helps residents feel confident that their concerns will be met with respect, because that's what builds public trust.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Williams. We love having you here at the Government Operations Committee. Next up, Councilmember Carr of Brooklyn.
Thank you, Chair. It's great representing two boroughs in the New York City Council, Staten Island and Brooklyn. Of course. I want to thank the Chair and my colleagues for having this hearing today on a consequential and meaningful package of bills that pertain to an entity that provides a crucial forum and advocacy on neighborhood issues, the front lines of government, much like we in the City Council do. And I think our community boards have played a pivotal role in many, many neighborhood discussions or battles, depending upon what we're talking about. And I think it's crucial that our community boards, our borough boards, and the other advisory boards of our city on which members of the public serve, that there be a clear definition of what the rules governing the procedures of those meetings should be. And those rules are the bylaws adopted by the organization. Many times, particularly in the case of community boards, those bylaws were adopted a long time ago and left unchanged, and it is haphazardly posted depending upon which institution we're talking about across the city. And members of the public should have access to that document on an easy and readily available basis. So should members of the board. I hear from many times members of the boards got their package with the bylaws many years ago, or at least only one time, and it wasn't in a digital format. It was a piece of paper, and you know, paper gets lost. And I think in this 21st century, it's a basic standard that our boards and advisory bodies should publish their bylaws online in machine-readable format so that everyone can have access to them. You know, it's that old proverbial story of ancient Rome where the senators would post the laws so high that no one else could see them. I think we should adopt a much better standard for our local bodies. And that's what Introduction 1250, which I introduced with the chair, would do. So I ask all my colleagues to take a look at it, hopefully co-sponsor it, and hopefully we can move it to passage in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carr. The art of bipartisan legislating still exists in the City Council. And I'd just like to note, Councilmember Williams was a former member of CB 12 in Queens. 13, excuse me. I was close. Councilmember Schulman was a former member of CB 6 in Queens. And I was a member of CB 2 for many years in Brooklyn, where I proudly served as the secretary of the board. With that, we're going to open up to our first panel with representatives from borough president offices from across the city. including the best borough president in New York, the one and only Antonio Reynoso. We'll also be hearing from Alan Swisher from the Queens Borough President's Office, Donovan Richards, Thomas Luciana, the Deputy Chief of Staff to the Bronx Borough President, Vanessa Gibson, and Keisha Sutton James, the Deputy Borough President for Manhattan. I want to thank you all for being here. And you'll swear me? Okay. Great.
Good morning. Can you please raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony today, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you. You can go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning to Chair Resta and the members of the committee. And thank you for holding this hearing today. I'm happy to see the council giving its attention to community boards. I know that their reputations is mixed at best, but I can assure you that my borough president, colleagues, and I are putting in the work to make sure that their members are diverse, reflective of the communities they serve, and well-equipped for the role. This is why we are submitting joint testimony today as proposed bills relating to the training, as well as intros 1250, 1315, and 1316. So today I want to focus on other supports that community boards desperately need. Our city's 59 community boards serve a critical role as the foundation of our local democracy. The charter mandates them with 22 responsibilities, including holding public hearings on issues facing their districts, creating annual statements of district needs and budget priorities, weighing in on local land use proposals, working with city agencies to communicate information to residents and evaluate service delivery, and much more. Yet due to the chronic underfunding, community boards have struggled to carry out these mandates, let alone their day-to-day work. Most have very small staffs with little money left over to hire other assistants, such as professional planners or tech support. On top of that, the Charter's framework for external support for community boards is confusing and scattered, calling on my office, the Civic Engagement Commission, and other agencies to provide various and sometimes overlapping support. However, no office receives enough funding to support the boards adequately or has supporting community boards as its primary mandate. This leaves our board struggling to access basic services. For example, because OTI only has one staff person who supports all 59 boards, it can take the agency 3 or more months to create an email address, 3 years to remove one, and weeks to fill email access issues. Recently submitted recommendations to the Commission to strengthen local democracy for how we can better support our community boards through charter change, and these included increase community board office budgets for staffing and OTPS so they have at least 3 full-time professional support staff and money for updating technology, office supplies, and other needs. Create a separate community board central office loosely based on the model for the City Council central staff to support community boards in numerous areas, including land use and planning, communications and technology, real estate matters, human resources, procurement, legal support, and training. The CBCO, as my staff and I call it, would consolidate community board support, and because it would be an independent agency, its services would be consistent across both geography and time, and it would not be subject to political whims, directives, or budget cuts. Change the community board member appointment date from April 1st to August 1st, and require new applicants to have attended at least one board meeting prior to applying. The bills that Councilmember Ressler is proposing today aim to address many, although not all of the issues community boards face through legislation rather than charter change. While I do think an independent agency is preferable for the reasons I explained, I would be willing to take more responsibility in my office for supporting the boards if and only if there is dedicated funding attached. Otherwise, Intro 1314 is an unfunded mandate that would do more harm than good for our boards. There are also potential conflicts of interest between my office and the community boards, which I stress are their own independent agencies that would need to be addressed. As noted above, I do support Intro 1318. The charter currently sets April 1st of each year as the appointment deadline for new community board members. This date is impractical for 2 reasons. First, it is in the middle of an ongoing city budget negotiation, making it difficult for city council members to appoint new board members by the deadline and dropping new board members into the middle of ongoing conversations without context. Second, new board members start their terms in May, meaning there are only 1 or 2 monthly meetings before the board goes on summer recess, making maintaining board membership after this break a challenge. Additionally, district managers are seeing a recurring problem where people apply to the board without having attended a meeting. These applicants often do not understand the role of a board member nor the required time commitment, leading to some members dropping off the board once they've understood this more fully. Requiring applicants to attend a meeting to qualify for membership would address this issue, and the Brooklyn district managers have told me they would have no problem tracking this attendance if it would improve member retention. Thank you again for giving us that time today to talk about the real issues facing our community boards. I take my role as the appointer and convener very seriously and hope to work with the council to ensure that they have the resources they need to be as effective as they can be. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much, Borough President. We've been joined by Councilmember Hanif of Brooklyn, and now we'll hear from the Deputy Borough President.
Thank you, Chair Wessler and members of the City Council Commission on Governmental Operations, State and Federal Legislation for holding this hearing and for the opportunity to testify on bills relating to supporting community boards. Community boards are a vital forum for residents to engage with local issues and contribute to decisions that impact their neighborhoods. As borough presidents, we take great pride in our charter-mandated responsibility to appoint community board members and support boards with training and technical assistance, and we take the responsibility very seriously. As largely volunteer bodies, community boards and their members exemplify public service. Each board has its own individual style and strengths, reflecting the unique culture of their boroughs and neighborhoods, and each board is its own independent government entity, creating its own committees, agendas, norms, and bylaws. Each of our offices, and I should pause and say that this is a statement submitted on behalf of all of the 5 borough presidents, each of our offices have invested significant effort into making sure community boards are equipped with the tools and support they need to succeed. Our dedicated staff in each borough have neighborhood-specific expertise and partner and collaborate with community boards on the issues relevant to their members and constituents. Our offices have continuously strengthened, expanded, and diversified the trainings available to community board members, spanning parliamentary procedure, equal opportunity, equal employment and opportunity, and more. We also work vigorously to ensure that new members have trainings and information they need when onboarded. We take these steps not because we are required to, but because we know that our boroughs and neighborhoods thrive when our community boards are able to fully engage with their neighbors and neighborhoods with the issues most important to them. The bills on today's agenda offer some potential ways to expand the support available to community boards, an idea we fully support. At the same time, we believe that it is crucial to avoid creating unfunded mandates and to ensure that the new responsibilities are assigned to the entities or agencies best positioned to take them on effectively. We welcome the opportunity to engage with this committee to ensure that community board members have the support and resources that they need. Intro 472 would require borough presidents to provide equal employment opportunity, EEO trainings, including anti-sexual harassment training and anti-discrimination training to community board members. We agree that as public servants, community board members should receive these important trainings that help them understand essential legal issues and better engage with the full diversity of their communities. Employees of city agencies receive EEO and other essential trainings from the Department of Citywide Administrative Services, otherwise known as DCAS. While our offices have each taken steps to ensure that community board members receive necessary trainings, we believe it would be more appropriate for DCAS to be tasked with training the over 3,000 community board members and staff across the city, just as they do with city employees. As the author of the city's EEO citywide policy, DCAS is the subject matter expert for this training and has both the knowledge and bandwidth to conduct them. Training through DCAS would offer a more streamlined, uniform, and cost-effective way to ensure that community boards can comply with all legally mandated training. Intro 1075 would require borough presidents to provide trainings on legislative processes and parliamentary procedure to local entities, including community boards, community education councils, CECs, business improvement districts, BIDs, and precinct community councils, PCCs. While we understand the intent of this legislation, we have concerns about its scope. Our mandate as borough presidents is to appoint and support community boards. We currently offer various support and training. However, this expansion of community board training requirements would extend beyond our office's current capacity and expertise. Given their current relationship with community boards, we suggest this responsibility be tasked to the Civic Engagement Commission in consultation with borough presidents. When it comes to CECs, BIDs, and PCCs, while each of these entities is vital to community engagement, their responsibilities fall squarely within the mandate and expertise of existing city agencies. We strongly believe that each of these entities deserve to get the support they need from the agencies best equipped to provide them. CECs should be supported by the New York City Department of Education. BIDs should be supported by the Department of Small Business Services, and PCCs should be supported by NYPD so that they can get the most relevant and appropriate training and resources. For the above reasons, we oppose Intro 1075. Intro 1250 would require borough boards, community boards, and advisory boards to publish their bylaws as well as updates to bylaws online within 2 weeks of any changes. We strongly value the transparency in local government and appreciate this legislation's effort to create additional clarity for board members and the public. We encourage the council to do further engagement with district managers and board members to ensure that they have the resources they need to meet any new requirements in a timely manner. Intro 1315 would require community boards to email a monthly newsletter and video conference their meetings and hearings. While many of our community boards have taken steps in recent years to do both these things, staff capacity and resources remain an ongoing challenge. New requirements like these require additional staff and resources for already stretched community boards and district managers. Any new requirements must be tied to the funding necessary to meet them. Finally, Intro 1316 would require the Department of Citywide Administrative Services to establish an Office of Community Board Support tasked with helping community boards find accessible space for their meetings and for their offices. Ensuring that community boards have consistent access to space that is fully accessible is essential to ensuring that the public can equitably participate in board meetings. Our teams consistently hear from our community board members and district managers about the challenges of finding suitable public space to hold community meetings. We believe DCAS is the appropriate entity to directly support community boards with their space needs. We are grateful to this committee for hosting this important hearing. We look forward to continued partnership to ensure that community boards have the support and resources they need to do their vital work. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Ressler and members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak on the important issue of adequately supporting our community boards. My name is Alan Swisher, and I serve as General Counsel and Senior Policy Advisor for Queensborough President Donovan Richards, Jr. I help oversee our office's relationship with community boards in our borough. Borough President Richards has signed on to the joint testimony that the Deputy Borough President just delivered, but I wanted to share a few additional points on this topic. I'll start by emphasizing that each community board is its own city agency and independent from the Borough President's office. Each community board has its own agency head, the chairperson, who is selected by the board's own members, not the Borough President. They have their own budgets, they hire and supervise their own staff, they establish their own bylaws, they run their own meetings, and most importantly, they reach their own independent recommendations on matters affecting their communities. My office relies on that honest, independent input, even if the Borough President doesn't always end up concurring with it. I worry that assigning responsibility to the Borough Presidents to create and control a new unfunded community board support office may threaten that independence. The interest of a community board and the interest of a borough president's office often diverge, and a borough president-run office that provides legal and community planning advice has the potential to dampen community boards' independence and could raise conflicts of interest between the two. My other concern is that some of these bills in their current form could give mayoral agencies further license to ignore their existing responsibilities to support community boards as city agencies. And Chair Ressler, I do appreciate you pointing out that the mayor's office did not send any representatives here today, and I think that that's emblematic of this dynamic. One illustrative example. My office's EEO officer has approached DCAS multiple times over several years asking for their assistance in providing their EEO trainings to all Queens Community Board members. Each time, DCAS has argued that they cannot do it due to technical limitations because community board members are not city employees, although DCAS eventually agreed to their insistence to provide training just to the chairs. And I understand that they already provide these trainings to non-employees serving on other boards and commissions. I have numerous examples of community boards struggling to get routine support from other agencies, perhaps due to the misapprehension that community boards are under the borough president's control. My belief is that the best way to ensure that community board members receive the training and support contemplated in these bills, a goal that we all share, is to make it explicit that relevant agencies have a responsibility to assist. We look forward to further engaging with you on this topic because Borough President Richards agrees that community board members and staff need additional support and training, particularly as term limits begin to go into effect in 2027. To that end, the Borough President has already taken numerous actions within his power, including appointing unprecedentedly diverse classes of new appointees, instituting trainings in consultation with DCP, BSA, COIB, and others, a mandatory orientation for new appointees, establishing a code of conduct for members to help ensure that community boards are open and respectful spaces, and helping boards update their bylaws to prepare new leaders and promote transparency. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Ressler. My name is Tom Lucani, and I am the Deputy Chief of Staff to Borough President Vanessa L. Gibson, previously the Director of Community Boards for the Borough President, as well as a former District Manager of Bronx Community Board 11. So thank you, Chair Ressler and members of the Committee on Government Operations for holding this hearing today on how better we can support our community boards. As Bronx Borough President, I am responsible for the appointment and support of the Bronx's 12 boards, led by 600 exceptional community advocates who volunteer their time to ensure that their neighborhoods are the best that they can be. Supporting our boards are also more than 30 full-time city employees, including district managers, who are amongst the most dedicated public servants I've had the pleasure to work with. I've worked hand in hand with community board members for my entire career, and I am committed to any effort that supports their success. It is important to recognize, however, that community boards are independent city agencies and that respecting their autonomy is a crucial component of our local democracy. It is with that vital independence in mind that I respectfully offer my position on several bills being heard today, in addition to the joint testimony that has already been submitted by the 5 borough presidents. Intro 1065, creating term limits for district managers and granting borough presidents the authority to remove them, undermines the stability, independence, and effectiveness of local leadership. Imposing district manager term limits introduces unnecessary turnover and disruption to community boards whose governing members are already term limited, and hinders the long-term planning and implementation needs of the district. Further, district managers are best positioned to support community boards without fear of political interference or arbitrary removal. Concentrating the removal powers of a community board employee with the office of the borough president, a separate city agency, is unprecedented as it is unwise. It invites otherwise avoidable legal, procedural, and ethical complications. Preserving the autonomy of community boards and with the stability of the district manager role encourages more transparent, accountable, and responsible community representation. For the reasons provided, I oppose Intro 1065. Intro 1314, community boards are woefully short of staff, typically having no more than 3 employees, and there is no argument that they shouldn't be saddled with onerous administrative requirements of a larger city agency. But borough presidents' offices are not structured or funded to exercise administrative functions for other city agencies. Like community boards, borough presidents' offices are very small agencies, with each office having on average fewer staff than all but 5 city agencies. Despite this, borough president offices already endeavor to support community boards in many of the broadly listed functions in this bill. However, for the most of the identified functions, there are already mayoral agencies tasked with those exact responsibilities. Chief among those is DCAS, along with the Law Department, the Mayor's Community Assistance Unit, and OTI. Assigning these responsibilities to borough presidents' offices creates an unnecessary redundancy in city operation and does a disservice to the community boards, borough presidents, and the constituents they serve. Further, due to the nature of community board and borough president relationships, creating such a centralized office within the office of the borough president as proposed would cause obvious conflicts, not the least of which would be with legal representation and land use decisions. Should the will of the City Council be to create a centralized office for community boards, it should be within DCAS. With a headcount of around 2,200 employees, DCAS is adequately staffed to assist community boards with enforcing these functions and more, such as EEO. Indeed, the charter already establishes DCAS as experts on such matters, including EEO. See Charter Section 814-1, where DCAS is charged with establishing procedures and standards for EEO matters and overseeing citywide compliance, structuring it to seamlessly assist any city agency in following the law. DCAS is well equipped to provide the additional support sought by this bill and arguably has already been tasked with the same by the Charter. For the reasons provided herein and regardless of additional funding for community boards or borough presidents, I oppose Intro 1314. Intro 1318, appointing community board members, has become an increasing, complicated, and time-consuming process. Changing the appointment date for community board members from April 1st to August 15th would allow for a more realistic and manageable timetable. The extension will have a positive impact on the appointment process and will better serve the community. Regarding training for new appointed community board members, this is already the practice of my office, and I support assignment of these duties officially to the borough president. Requiring community board attendance prior to appointment is also a current practice of my office, but I caution against codifying the same in this matter as it would prove unnecessarily burdensome and impractical for community boards to track. I suggest and would support the implementation of a question, such as a checkbox on each of the board application that would serve as the applicant's affirmation of prior attendance. This is an efficient alternative that serves the same purpose. For the reasons provided herein and with the suggested attendance revision, I support Intro 1318. Thank you for taking the time to thoroughly consider my positions and suggestions on this legislation. I deeply appreciate this committee's steadfast commitment to strengthen our community boards. Your dedication to supporting these vital institutions is shared, and I'm pleased to be collaborating with all of you in these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you each for your testimony. I will kick it over to colleagues to ask questions first, but I will just note, in case anybody's interested, we did get some written testimony from the administration. Both agencies that wrote testimony, DCAS and OTI, clearly expected to be present this morning, but were obviously directed by City Hall not to show up. DCAS, at the conclusion of their testimony, which they opposed the bill, says that they're happy to answer any questions that we may have. So, well, good luck with that. OTI writes their testimony from the first person, from the person who oversees the Infrastructure Management Division. They don't take a position on the bill, and there's no name associated with the testimony, but we're happy to follow up with our Public Affairs Division with whatever useless questions we may have. Just another day of working with the Eric Adams administration. With that, we will pass it over to our Majority Leader, followed by Councilmember Schulman.
Thank you, Chair. I look forward to emailing all my questions over to the admin to see who responds. Can each of your offices let me know how many staff each of the borough president offices currently have to run operations?
This is a bit tricky because they play multiple roles. We have an Office of Community Boards where we have 2 full-time employees. Our general counsel is also a part of the services that we provide to community boards. We have 1 person full-time in HR for community boards. In my office, we have 18 community boards, and there's one liaison and a backup that goes to every single community board meeting if I'm not attending. We have our community affairs office also attends, our land use team that supports for recommendations, and if they're large items like our super rezonings or big rezonings, our land use team helps there. So it's hard to really put it all together, but they're intertwined in at least 7 or 8 divisions within my office, plus the at least 30 members in my office that have to attend every meeting in the borough. So I don't know exactly how to say it, but it accounts for a significant amount of staff time.
Okay.
My answer is roughly the same. It's
That's
equally
fine.
difficult.
I can just take estimates. It sounds like 20 to 30 people potentially.
And a really significant amount of time. We've got a community affairs team that's specifically focused. It's six people, 6 liaisons plus a deputy director and a director who are specifically focused on community boards. Our land use team is intricately involved in any land use matter. Our policy team is also engaging consistently on any policy issue that is that impacts a particular community board or many community boards. Myself and the borough president.
So you guys are not actually working on the community boards, right?
We're
Like,
not
you're
actually working
going to the meetings and taking notes and then following up.
Not going to the community. Not going to.
I'm just trying to get some general answers with the interest of time because I have more. So
Sure.
20 to 30, and I would not include the deputy borough presidents or the borough presidents themselves as working directly on community boards. But
Okay.
next person, please.
So we have 64 people in our office. I would say about a third to half of the people in the office in some way interact with community boards.
Okay.
I can speak to myself. I serve as general counsel, so I'm the borough president and the office's attorney. I would say that I spend probably 20 to 25% of my time dealing with community board issues that really fall outside the purview of legal advice. And an important point that I also want to make is that I am not the board's attorney. The interests of my client, the borough president, often diverge from those of the community board. So it is a significant number of people and a significant amount of time. But I feel that a lot of that time spent is because other agencies are not addressing the needs. So.
And for the Bronx?
Good morning. In the total office, there's about 63, I believe. Our community board division is 3, community services is 3. You have an HR staff that deals with community boards, but also we have other members of our staff who attend not only the DSC meetings, the precinct council meetings, the bids as representatives as well. So it kind of takes more than just that 3-person community board staff to deal with all of the different organizations that the borough president wants to be represented on.
So I appreciate all the responses. They seem to relatively be the same across at least the 4 boroughs that are represented. I kind of have issue with the idea that you folks, each of the testimonies have declared community boards independent city agencies that have their own autonomy, or they're independent from the borough president's office, where it looks like 25% to 30% of your time means you are literally overseeing their functionality, their legality, their appointments, their attendance rates, what resolutions they're passing, or what governance has to happen over boards. I think that's a bit counter to them being independent agencies, along with this is a panel of BPs, we don't have 100 and something chairs here ready to say they're autonomous of or separate agencies. I do understand that they are their own governing bodies in the community in some form or fashion, but I think when we're looking at this legislative package or these bills that are here, what we're trying to get to is a standardization of practice. And I think that is the main problem. What's happening and what I'm seeing in my boards and when I speak to a colleague is very different than what's happening in Brooklyn or what's happening in Queens. And that is one of the beginning foundational points of where apathetic residents or voters are having challenging situations or completely different experiences, borough by borough, board by board. And I think that's really what we're trying to get here. I don't know if there are comments or questions at this point, because I'm a little annoyed with some of the testimony here. You know, in my borough president's testimony, I see that district managers are best positioned to support community boards without fear of political interference or arbitrary removal in terms of responding to 1065. When I know of several community board district managers that hold political positions in my borough. Something I recently learned that's a common practice to not have an overlapping instance of one person on both ends in other boroughs is traditionally kept. So some of this testimony to me, it feels counterintuitive or counter to what's actually happening within our boroughs. And I think I would say I urge you folks to really look at it from a different angle. And I know there's only one person on here that's been a former council member and can understand, like, you know, when you appoint people, they don't go in and they do not know that they are a separate agency and a governing body. And we are not equipping people to go in and say, my district manager isn't showing up for 6 months. We can vote him out and fire him. That does not happen. We do not do that. I mean, if that were the case, I mean, I have a deputy district manager who doesn't have formal maternity leave because the governing body doesn't understand how to actually change that policy for their employees. So to me, it's a bit, you know, I'm just very frustrated with the responses here, knowing that every borough is very different with how they govern over and how the boards themselves each govern, and that changes dramatically board by board across boroughs. All of you seem to be mostly against every single one of these bills, or generally against the things that could make a change to how things operate on these boards, including 1065. And I would hope that you go back and reflect and give us different testimony to showcase how that could be different, or huddle together and find ways that we can standardize practice, because something has to change. Community board members do not have power on most boards, and district managers are not accountable. And the BPs always come back to us and say we can't do anything with them because they have a chair. You know, at this point I'm ranting, but something has to change. If it's not this bill package, you folks have to help us figure out how to make these better, because now people have term limits and we have political systems that people have to engage in civically, and we have no other alternatives.
Councilmember, and I hear the frustration in your voice, and I think we don't want to come here and be a counter to wanting reform. The two issues we have is, for all intents and purposes, we've been relegated to be an administrative agent to the community boards. That's what we are. And in that administrative duties, technically there's ways in which those administrative duties can make it feel like we have more control than we should. What I did is that we've made recommendations to the Charter Revision Commission put forth by the City Council to change everything and make it so that they remove all administrative duties from us, so that there is one central agency that handles all of their work, and we are not responsible for anything outside of appointments, which takes away a lot of our perceived political power or perceived political influence over community boards. If we could remove that, it would be great. We're all trying to depoliticize a very political agencies. We are trying. In Brooklyn, every single one of them would tell you that I've been having regular meetings with chairs and with district managers, letting them know that they are independent agencies and I have nothing to do with any of them. I only remove people based on attendance and nothing else. That's the number one thing that we're working with. But I think our big concern is also, if you give us more power, you're going to give us more influence or authority over the work that DCAS, the law department, and OTI are supposed to be doing without any money. We're just going to increase that 35% to 50%, and then we're just going to be, again, just an administrative agency. Now, look, if I had to choose between nothing and you giving us more money to do that work, I would take it. The ideal situation would be to completely remove the borough presidents from that responsibility altogether. But I think that this is very difficult to do, and would be happy to continue negotiations with the city council so we could find a middle ground, because I do think change needs to happen. But I want you to know that this is not so much that we're against it all. It's just in our experience, we are just a administrative agency, and the city charter does not say that that's who we are. We're just taking that on because if we abandon the community boards, then they would be fulfilling no charter mandated responsibility. So we're just a lifeline. They're treading water with us, and the city of New York has to show up.
Thank you for that response.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Councilmember Schulman, followed by Councilmember Williams. We can go to Councilmember Williams and then Councilmember Schulman.
So sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to follow up on what the majority leader said. I do feel like you all are absolving yourselves of any responsibility. Like, you're not even trying to take any forms of responsibility, which is, again, counterintuitive, because you appoint board members, and as much as you try to just make it simply an administrative entity as by way of your office, like, it is politically natured. And as much as we can try to say we're not doing that, it is. So I do think it's like a little disingenuous. And I did meet with each borough president's office to talk about both bills. I have already committed to making amendments to make sure that you get the resources for the EEO training around DCAS. I hear that. I'm not trying to give you, an unfunded mandate. And in terms of the district manager bill, like, yes, I know the district managers have problems with it. I know you all have problems with it because you're hearing from the boards and the district managers. But unless a board, so here's the question I have. Do you think all community boards function properly? I would love to hear from each borough president. Do you think all community boards function properly?
I would just say there's no way anyone, if you don't meet quorum one time in the entire year, you're officially not operating effectively. So I would say no on my side.
Absolutely, the same testimony.
Councilmember Williams, I would fully agree that many community boards are not operating effectively. And as you're well aware, the borough president has tried his best to address that.
I would agree with my colleagues. There are challenges in each of the boards, whether it's board members, whether it's staff, whether it's the operation, as you mentioned, of quorum. So yes, there are boards that need some significant assistance.
Thank you, and I think that's my point. So I'm not saying that all boards need more oversight, right? Maybe some boards are functioning well independently, but because there's no standard of consistency is where I have the issue. And so I know the majority leader asked about how many people work in your offices that are doing stuff on the community boards, but what percentage of your budget do you spend on community boards?
I'm sorry, I can't, we got that question last night about 5 o'clock. We have not been able to assess that. But again, in terms of time resources, it's really significant. Again, I didn't get to say this before, but our general counsel, I think you can attest to the same, literally gets a question at least one question every single day from a community board. And he is general counsel for our office, not for the community boards. Same thing with our EEO. We have 2 EEO staff who are really to support our office of 52. There are an additional 500 people that they have to kind of be accountable for, not only in terms of handling EEO concerns, but also ensuring that they actually do the EEO training. It is a significant amount of time and energy. I can't give you a number on budget, though.
Does anybody else know how much percentage? No, okay. So again, I agreed that DCAS has the experience with creating these trainings. I am happy to make amendments. I believe I said that to you all when I met with your offices about that particular bill, but I don't think that you should totally be out of any type of accountability to make sure these boards are functioning boards. And I think it is a very interesting catch-22 because on one end, you don't want to be kind of connected to what boards do, but on the other end, you are. Have you had any issues with any DMs, any district managers? Have you all had any issues with any district managers?
This is another tough question to answer, but the DMs are, by all intents and purposes, employees of the community boards. The same way,
By way of your offices, because community boards do interact with the borough president's office. You have borough board, like there are like legitimate touch points
Yeah.
where community boards interact with the borough president's office. So
I want to have
you said, you're an
can-
administrative entity
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
community boards, right?
Yeah.
So like, have you had any issues with any district managers at large? It's like a yes or
Yeah,
no.
yeah, no, so I want to be more frank and open with you, I guess. I think in my purview, I'm the borough president, so I'm going to just speak plainly to you. The issue is that if we have a problem or we think a DM is not doing something right, we give notice to the chair and to the community board that we think that there's something happening here that they should be addressing.
Was it resolved? Were your issues resolved?
In my case, we've made one recommendation where we felt were resolved, another one where we were ignored by the community board related to an issue with a DM.
Okay.
So it's up to them.
The last two quick questions. I know the answer, but would love to know, can you remove borough presidents, I would love to remove borough presidents. Can you remove board members?
For cause,
Yes, we can.
Okay, so you can remove board members, but you have absolutely no say-so over individuals who, in my opinion, and a lot of boards, sometimes have even more power than board members, especially if it's a district manager that has been a district manager for quite some time. It is an interesting dynamic to have a volunteer manage a full-time employee that might have been this full-time employee for a or connected politically. So maybe they just got to the board a year ago, but they kind of got to the board by way of affiliation with someone else. And then you're asking this like volunteer person to provide oversight and manage this person. So I just want to put, like, you can remove board members, but you have absolutely no say-so in district managers, which I find a little odd. The last thing is Community Board 13 still in violation of the open meetings law?
I've had a conversation with the district manager of Community Board 13 and advised them as to their responsibilities under the open meetings law. And my understanding is that they will be in compliance at their next meeting.
Okay.
So
their June meeting?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Just, I agree, maybe there needs to be some amendments with these bills. I don't think they're perfect, but I really did want to start a conversation because I do think overall, whether it's the district managers, the community board itself, it needs to run more professionally, it needs to have better oversight, and that's just not there. And this is coming from a person who was on a board and also coming from a person who is now a council member that has 2 boards in my district, and I see tons of issues. One board, great DM, like no personal issues, great DM. We can argue about whether or not, the efficacy of the board is reflective, but personally, like, I love this DM. I'm sad that she's now retired. But my point is, it's not about like whether I like a DM or not. Like for me, it's whether or not this board is functioning, that it's open. I can't tell you the amount of complaints that I get about regular constituents not being able to get any support, call the boards, no one's answering. It's like an array of issues. And then when you speak to the borough presidents, as I have, before I even introduced this bill, I sent you the draft, you did. Like way before. And to kind of like get this continued like absolving of any type of like responsibility for anything, I think is a problem. So.
Can I just say, because what we're trying to do here is take a inherently political system, and we have to make a choice whether we want to dive deeper into the politicization of it or move away from it. And that right here, what we're having, the struggle we're going to have is that. That is what we're trying to get to. What you're saying is you do have power, and there is political influence that you have in this, and you should do something about it when a DM is out of control, when a district manager is out of control, right? And what we're saying, I think what most of our borough presidents have come together to is say, hey, what we want to do is, while that might be an authority we might have, or we could figure it out, what we want to do is move away from the politics of it all. But it's an appointment-based process by which council members and borough presidents choose who to appoint. So inherently, it is political.
But I can't speak about Brooklyn,
yeah.
but I know in my borough, like ultimately the borough president, Alan, you've said this a ton of times, like you all have the final say. So we make simple recommendations, but it's not fair to now put it back on us. We're just making a recommendation. As far
No,
as
I don't want to
know,
put it on you.
You make the final say on who is a board member.
I guess the
so
conversation.
It's not about us.
I guess the conversation I want to have with you is: do you want us to? Well, we have to make a decision, like a decision on whether we want to either recognize it's it's a political position, a political office that we have political influence on.
I think it should be recognized, and I think that there should be guardrails in place for it to not be something that is done that is politically natured. So if a DM is completely out of control, like I think there should be guardrails. I don't think a borough president should just have unilateral authority to just remove a district manager because they don't like them. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about these situations and circumstances where it's like, this is clearly like a violation. There's clearly an issue. Like there should be a recourse. And if the chair of the board is not acting, like I do believe there should be a recourse. I am not suggesting, and I do not want to give you all power just to remove district managers because you feel like it. That's not what I'm trying to do, and I hope we can get there through this bill. And sorry, can I chair the majority? Sorry.
Sorry, it's just my thought to this is what body ever has had staff that can stay over 20 years, but board members that get interchanged. Where the power dynamic there and the education level that's there, there's a massive disparity. And that's what we're trying to solve. You have DMs that can stay forever and volunteer positions that have to hope the DM is acting in good justice or in good faith of the community.
Okay. Thank you both. I mean, we got other folks who want to ask
Go ahead.
questions.
Yeah,
Why don't we go to Councilmember Schulman? I just want to acknowledge Councilmembers Brewer and Mealy have joined us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, you're welcome. So I'm a member. I was a member of my local community board, and so I think a couple things. One is I don't necessarily agree with all the legislation that's here, and I'm going to say that as a council member. All right, but I think what's happening here is there's a frustration level that has risen to a point where we have this now, and we have to try and work with it. So there's a few things. One is that my recollection, Alan, and is that there's a personnel committee on each of the boards that selects the district manager and supervises the district manager. Because I remember when I was on the board and we had a district manager there was an issue with, and we voted as a board what to do with that person. So that, but I don't think it's consistent in each borough or whatever, and so maybe that's something that needs to be dealt with. Am I right, Alan?
Yes, council member, you are correct. It's very clear in the charter that the district manager is hired by the board. Typically, it's either a personnel committee or the chair who supervises.
And they supervise the person, and they, and if there's issues that come up, then they, discipline or whatever it is, to take some accountability. But I don't know if that's consistent across the board. I think that's part of what some of the frustration is. The other is that the problem is that each board, so the chairs of each board, the bylaws of each board are different. That's the other thing. And they're different across the boroughs too. So, for example, my board just changed their bylaws to say that the chair can only be chair for 2 terms, but then other boards have different, so that's another frustration level, I think. So that some boards may have, that's a problem, and some boards it's not. So that's an issue. The third is that, to the point of making it political, making the boards political, we had on my board, we had a district manager who was also a district leader, and brought his, and wasn't a district leader in the board, in another board, he was in another part of Queens, but brought his mindset, his political mindset to the board. And that was a huge problem that I had to deal with for part of my first term. So maybe it's not in any of this legislation, but maybe we say that somebody can't hold a party position and be the district manager. You know, I mean, we're looking to you guys too to come up with some solutions, and I know most of you here, and I know you can do that. So this is just, I think, a starting point because of the frustration level. And then the other thing is when we have the folks coming off the board soon, because of term limits, that's a problem because of the way it's being done. It's being who was appointed on a even year as opposed to an odd year, and all of this other stuff, and that's going to bring a whole lot of issues to bear. But I think to the point of the board being independent, I think it should be. I also want to share that the board, I don't think, and my experience with the two boards that I have is that the board members don't realize that they're advisory. They think they make policy. That's a problem. That's a problem for us as the council members. Not so much for you guys, but it is for us. So for whatever training or whatever else, that they're advisory. And there are some, listen, I have some, Alan knows this, there's some issues that we have with some of the board chairs, and the board managers help to manage that, and then vice versa. So we just want to come up with some consistency, and I'm opening it up to you because like I said, I'm not wedded to, but we need to have a starting point, and it's just a frustration level that's just coming up to, up to like the frustration levels. Yeah, did you want to say something?
I'll just say we appreciate, I think I can speak for all of us in saying that I think we appreciate this as a starting point in terms of the conversation. I think we hear what some of the concerns are. I hope that, that council members understand kind of the position that we are in as well in this office, and in terms of being in this very difficult place. And yes, we appoint. Yes, we appoint, but as the general counsel said, we are not actually hiring, firing. It is the community board's leadership and their personnel committees that are actually managing, and that is in the charter. So there, any variety of issues, could be addressed through continuing for us, us continuing to work together to find the solutions that will be meaningful.
And I just had one other, more minor question. So I know, Deputy Borough President, you talked about Intro 1315, which is the monthly. Don't the community boards? I mean, I know 6 has YouTube and stuff that they live stream. So isn't that still available for folks to look it up after the fact, or no?
Most boards do. So there's kind of 2 competing legal rubrics here. The first is the open meetings law, which governs how members may participate remotely. Mm-hmm. And then there's also a provision in the charter that governs community boards making themselves available to be live streamed. Borough President Richards has advocated for all community boards to be live streamed just so that they're accessible and viewable to the public. And most of our boards have found ways to do that, but as you're well aware, there are many where they might be meeting in a space that doesn't even have Wi-Fi. And
that's something that we need to really take a hard look at across the board and make sure that, because if they're available and people can see them, then we don't have to require them to do monthly, because to your point, the staff isn't there to do that. I know it's not there to do that.
And that has been the other challenge, as well as budgetary and technical expertise on the staff. I'll completely acknowledge that there are a lot of district managers who have been around for a very long time and do things in a particular way. They bring institutional experience, which oftentimes is incredibly helpful. But then there are new challenges. During COVID, my office had to work very closely with all the boards to help navigate that extreme challenge. One thing that I will add on the point of district managers is we've thought a lot about how to navigate this, particularly in terms of, in 2027, we're going to have a lot of people coming off the board, new people coming on who might not appreciate the role of a district manager. I've noticed that dynamic on some boards with a lot of new members. One thing that we have proposed, and it's gotten a lot of pushback, but is having a formal annual evaluation process for district managers, which in my mind, in my opinion, actually protects both the chair, or both the board and the district manager, in that it lays out neutral expectations. If that was something that my office could compel all boards to do, I think we would willingly do that.
Why don't you offer that as an amendment to the legislation that we have?
To allow borough presidents to set a standardized. I would be happy to discuss that further, because there have been things that we have asked and worked with community boards to do. Many of them are more than willing to do it. Others have pushed back. And I think that it's an interesting conversation to see the scope of what borough presidents should be allowed to do and compel. But I would be more than happy to continue discussing that.
No, we should, and I appreciate everybody up here, so, but just know that I think the frustration has grown and grown and grown, and I've seen it as a community board person, so.
I appreciate it, Councilmember Shulman.
thank you.
I know the borough president has some time constraints, and all four of the other council members here have questions, so we will keep folks to the allotted time. We'll hear from Councilmember Hanif, followed by Councilmember Palladino, followed by Councilmember Mealy, and then Councilmember Brewer. I will just note for Councilmember Shulman's benefit on the record, in 1991, COIB did issue an analysis that board chairs and district managers are not on the substantial policymaking discretion list, and therefore they are not restricted from serving as district leaders. Only people who are city employees who are on that substantial policymaking discretion list are prohibited from serving as district leaders. No. If the bylaws of the board were to prohibit it, or if COIB were to do an updated analysis some 35 years later, then it would inform it. Thank you, Councilmember Hanif.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. I think community boards are important, but they're archaic. I feel like they have not evolved in a way where a lot of our other sort of participatory democracy spaces look right now. And I think as a result of that, not seeing young people, even if, a lot of attempts to appoint a younger person, it is still a space that is, and probably archaic isn't the best word, but something needs to change about how we do, we have to come to the 21st century is how I feel with community boards. And I wanted to ask about what the idea around the evaluation, was wondering if there is any current performance metric or accountability structure for district managers and board members.
Those are set forth by the local community board. So every community board has their own standard for evaluating DMs, of which we are not, which in Brooklyn we're not a part of.
Got it. And then what's the process when a board member experiences discrimination or harassment?
So board members are protected by the city's EEO policy and also the New York City human rights law. My office set up a code of conduct that applies to members, not to DMs, because we don't have control over DMs, that dictates what the process by which a community board member can make a complaint to our office. Now, typically in the instance of an EEO complaint, that gets referred to our EEO officer. A community board member also would have the ability to reach out to the Commission on Human Rights or the EPC, depending on the situation and whether they were comfortable speaking to our office. Our ability to discipline or remove members is limited to a provision that says we are allowed to remove members for cause, which is not defined in the charter. So by creating this code of conduct, it actually allowed us to specify what we believe cause is, and certainly violating, the human rights law or EEO policy would constitute potential cause for removal.
And have there been members who were removed for misconduct?
Yes.
And what's that process?
I think all of our offices handle it relatively similarly, but I'll speak to my office. A written complaint is made to me as the advisor to the borough president on these issues about whether he has cause to remove someone. If the individual making the complaint makes a prima facie case that if we accept their allegations as true that would be discrimination, then we conduct an investigation. And then based on that investigation, I make a recommendation to the borough president about whether to use his power under the charter to remove a member.
Got it. That's helpful. And what percentage of funding do your offices allocate?
We've been asked that question 3 times.
Oh, sorry.
One, we got the question pretty late, but we have at least 6 to 7 departments in each of our office that handle community board work in one way or another. Many split time, some are dedicated to just community boards. So for us to
But
make
like
that,
no direct discretionary funding to the community board itself?
No. Well, we do have an office for community boards in my office where we have 2 employees that specifically deal with just community board, but there's at least 30 staff members that do something, 30 to 40 staff members that do something related to community boards in my office, in our office.
I'm sorry. Same thing. Our community board unit is specific and works every day full-time on any community board matter. And again, sometimes those issues are not handled directly by the board because they move out of what their expertise and responsibilities are. They will go to the general counsel. They will come to me as a deputy chief of staff at times, and it then will go to other pieces of the agency where the expertise lies, whether it's our human resources division, whether it's our land use division, our community affairs division. So while it may be our 3 members in our community board unit, the whole agency in some shape or form do deal with all of our boards.
Got it. Well, this is all very helpful, and I think we're all on the same page that some changes need to be made, and I'm looking forward to working with you. I want to give a shout out to my community boards, Brooklyn 6, 7, and 12. They're doing great work. We've had hard conversations, at least for the Community Board 7 with an Arrow Linen housing project. So it's wonderful to see the process in place really shape community vision and goals. So I would never want them scrapped, but how can we really improve and bring them some clear improvements? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Hanif. Councilmember Palladino.
Good morning, and thank you, everybody, for being here. I just want to make a statement. First of all, community boards are not archaic. Let me make that very clear. They are extremely necessary, as are our district managers. District managers are key to the operation of a community board. They are aware of everything that happens within the community, what happens within the community board, what happens within the area. Why would we want to limit them to term limits? It's just another way trying to get rid of the community boards like we do. Look, we have term limits already set up for the board members. I don't understand why we would give overall power to a borough president, and why would we want to strap you with that? This is apolitical, okay? This is not a political office, and to have you guys are doing a great job. If we have an unscrupulous borough president, which we do not, especially in Queens, thank you very much.
Or in Brooklyn.
The idea of giving somebody that kind of power to fire a district manager is just way too much. To me, let me just go to one other thing. We have here intro 1065. In my opinion, this is a poison pill wrapped up with other more reasonable proposed legislation on this slate that would make a better community boards better resourced with a more equitable in carrying out their mission to represent the needs and the advisory of opinions of their district. We are right now in a situation where too much power. This is all elected by the communities of volunteers of communities who have lived in the communities. And I know in in Community Board 7, we lost Gene Kelty, who was vital. I mean, he knew every tick and every tock. I've never met an encyclopedia like that. So, I don't like the ageism game that is being played out in so many areas. Yes, we do need to let in fresh air, and we do. When we look to replace community board members, there are certain criteria that I follow. I often meet with those people in my office, and then I make reference to my borough president as to, I think, some great people who have their best interest of the community, whether they are 25 or whether they are 55. I don't care how old a person is, but the burden of process should not be placed on the borough presidents. Absolutely not. I don't believe you should have the right to fire anybody. They have the ability to bring in, through a vote, whether or not they want the district managers to stay. The same way we have the ability to vote on the overall boards. Boards are very complicated, but they're broken down, and I've had the ability to see it firsthand in District 19 with all the land use processes that are going forward. So I'm very much a very strong participant in my community board, smoke shops and other things. You know, they open up to me because we stay open, our lines of communication. So maybe I'm very fortunate, but I hear a lot of vendetta stuff going on here. I don't much care for that, you know, and I don't want this to turn into that through 1065. I want this to be, you know, just, there needs to be changes, fine, we'll listen to it, and we'll come to a reasonable one. But I am totally against 1065.
Thank you very much. We won't do applause in here. Thanks. I do just want to make one clarifying statement. Thank you for your thoughts, Councilmember Palladino. There would be terms in Councilmember Williams' bill, but not term limits. So somebody could be reappointed for an infinite number of terms. Yes. So just to say, unlike us, we face term limits. Board members face term limits. This would just create terms. So you could be reappointed for 24-year terms, potentially. That piece I'm not disagreeing with at all. I totally hear you. I just wanted to clarify that one point. We will go to Councilmember Mealy and then to Councilmember Brewer.
Yes, I just want to put on the record, I concur with my colleague Palladino. For someone that has 5 community boards, more than anybody in the whole city, every borough, I have 5 community boards, 5 precincts, and 2 PSAs. And I could say the one time that we all was kind of on the same page was City of Yes. I have saw so many different things go on. I have Community Board 16. They don't have a space as of yet. I gotta ask you a question. How many of your community boards are still doing Zoom?
Under the open meetings law, actually, no public bodies, including community boards, are allowed to do purely Zoom meetings. I would say most of my 14 boards are doing some hybrid sort of.
Hybrid.
Yeah.
Well, some of them, but the majority can go to the meeting, right?
Yes.
So during COVID, one of my community boards did a new district manager. I get at the board and ask them, who is this person? You should check your records, borough president. They said, no, it's private. I called your office to find out how could that be private. To this day, I haven't met the new community board. That's disgusting. So we saying taking politics out of it. I really don't want to take something away, all that institutional knowledge to give it to borough presidents to do something totally different. It could be political that way. Some people I want on the board, the borough president says no. How is that not political? Some people have blood, sweat, and tears, volunteered their time. When no one else was even concerned about our community, the boards were. Everyone on the board and the district manager. Who did I have? Lewis Watkins. He been there forever. But he did right by the community. And now that it's moved on, to have somebody that you don't know and be an elected official of that district, how is that not political? And then to have the board and the powers to be said they can't tell you who is getting this position, because when they got the position, it was during COVID and it was online. So I think we cannot afford to let anyone have that kind of authority just to fire the district managers, because you never know. We could do that, and we could get the borough presidents could put their own people in there, and then how is that really helping the city? We need people who are really for the people, by the people, and that's one way we can keep these community boards going. I don't feel it was correct. Some people were kicked off the board without even a conversation, and they have really been helpful to the city. And I believe every borough president body should start thinking about that. And I heard you said you want new people, borough president. We can have them all. We can't throw the baby out with the bathwater because they're older, or we can't just put all young people in there because they're inexperienced. So I feel we need everyone, and we can't be discriminatory in regards to people's age. I could go deeper on that because I heard it with my own ears. But I know my community boards have been changed so much. And I'm not saying that it was a good thing. Some of them I wanted off, some of them didn't. But I dealt with whatever I got. And I knew I could have gotten better people. But the board seemed like they have autonomy on who they want to put on these community boards. And that's wrong. And I said, last year, I go back and look at, I said, this is not their year up. And all of a sudden, their year's up. And then I put somebody in, and all of a sudden, they're not in. So this whole thing needs to be revamped. And I really think my colleague Palladino, what she said, I'm 200%. It's like we'll take one way and get another dictator. So sometimes you gotta bare teeth and grin and deal with what you have. I need to know, how could district managers be running for office and still working?
Okay.
As a district manager.
Yeah. Thank you very much,
Answer that
Councilmember.
question. Please,
Is it-
no, answer that
would
question.
anyone like to
On a
answer that
couple of
question?
issues, just in Brooklyn, even during midterms, people get removed for attendance only. So if there was somebody in Brooklyn that didn't show up to any meetings, they went through
Yeah,
a
we know
process.
about that.
So that's the only way you get removed from there.
I have
Outside of that,
paperwork on it.
from
I could
community
show
board
you.
right now, especially in the ones that you in yours, and 16, which we've had troubles with quorum, have been almost exclusively
17, 3,
have been exclusively related
8,
to
9.
exclusively related to attendance. Now a district manager has all the authority, regardless of what we do, has all the authority to run for office, independent of what we can't do anything about that. If after they run for office, the community board decides they don't want the council, the DM to be there, that's on them as well. But we can't control that.
At one point, it's like a conflict, like city council, they give us a blackout day.
No, not for them. So and the council member could speak to that. But Rafael Salamanca used to be a community
right.
board district manager and is now the
But
council
in
member.
Brooklyn, we didn't do that.
Well, I think that
And
it's-
Marty Markowitz.
Yeah, as far as I know, it would really be a question for the bylaws of a given community board if they wanted to prohibit their staff member, the district manager or assistant district manager, from seeking public office. Maybe that could be a way to do it, but there's not a citywide policy that prohibits somebody's inability to run for office.
Like Sharoni Perry, she was running against Councilmember Al Van. They made her get off the community board because she was running against a council member. So
It's
this whole thing.
But I
needs to
think
be
ultimately
really
these are
revamped.
decisions
It went left.
that are up to the board, up to the individual board on how they manage their staff. Perhaps that could be a way to handle that if that was something that you wanted to explore. But thank you very much for the comments, and appreciate Borough President Reynoso clarifying that people are removed from the community board based on attendance. Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you very much. I have a lot of experience with this topic. The first issue, just to be clear, they need more money. Community boards need more money. And have any of you advocated for more money for the community boards? I haven't heard it, so I'm wondering if you have.
Every single year, I individually come or my staff come, and I've been screaming it to the mountaintops, council member, more money for community boards, and it's just something
Give
that
an
falls.
amount this year?
Excuse me?
Did you give an amount?
I think so.
Okay, keep going.
All right, go ahead.
And Manhattan, did you advocate for more money? for
Yes,
community
as well. Yes, we did. We have. And
This year?
I believe we did this year as well. I'd have to double check.
Okay,
Yes.
I haven't heard it, so go ahead. Have you advocated?
It's been a common refrain in our office. I can't speak with specifics about this year. I wasn't involved in that process.
Same here. Over the years, I think we've included in our borough budget priorities as well on an expense side. Again, I'm not specifically sure about this year.
Okay, I'm just saying, I believe that should be the main topic of this discussion. You got the SLA, cannabis, outdoor cafes, ULURP, technology. That's a lot for these community boards, and they are not able to function given the increased number of activities that they have to produce. So that would be something I'd like to see more about from all of you. Second, the 8 years at the charter revision came about, with all due respect, because some people in the Bronx who were members of community boards were asleep the entire time. And not you, but those borough presidents did not take them off. They slept through the entire meeting. Nobody left, they stayed on. It wasn't in Manhattan, I'll be honest with you. But in the other boroughs, they slept. And that's why we ended up with this crazy 8 years. I am not supportive of it because the land use is what is the #1 topic, and you cannot learn, in my opinion, 8 years land use successfully to be able to take on the developers. Now, understand Manhattan had ULURPs before Bronx and other places had ever heard of a ULURP in terms of the community boards. We have had ULURPs for, 50 years now. So the issue is land use. How do you end up with a group of people who are able to handle the ULURP challenges? That, to me, is the #1 issue. My question is, in terms of term limits, I am not supportive. I understand what the bill is that Councilmember Williams has suggested, but to me, this notion that volunteers can't supervise paid staff is ridiculous. I've been on 12 boards of nonprofits. Volunteers supervising paid staff. So to me, that's a non-starter. I do wonder if maybe you said this earlier, your position, because I do believe that without a knowledgeable district manager, the entire board is not going to function. I need a partner in that community board. I have 3 of them. I need a partner to be able to work with me on that issue. So what's your position, maybe you said it earlier, on district managers remaining or maybe not having term limits, even those that can be shut off on a certain time period? Understand all the district managers in Manhattan used to work for me. Understand that.
I think in our testimony, we all said that by charter law, it makes it very clear that we don't have authority as to how long or how short a district manager is. So we don't support, right now, we've taken a consensus that we don't support the bill where we are in charge of district managers or can fire them and so forth. Okay. The term limits not the term limits, the terms is something that we're willing to have a discussion about. Not term limits, the terms, but the one where we get the authority to remove them is not something that we are
No, I don't want you to have it either. The other question I have, I don't agree with Councilmember Ressler on this, is I don't think the mayor's office should be involved in the way that is suggested by some of the legislation. When you're on a community board, you need to have definite authority away from any relationship with the mayor's office, in the sense that you don't want to be, okay, we get money from them, we get staffing from them, we get lots and lots and lots of, well, we need to support this ULURP, oh, we need to support this. That doesn't work. And I do think the borough presidents are separate. You're elected separately. So what's your position on that? Now, I call it the de Blasio bill, that charter revision that brought in those 2 new agencies, I think they should be abolished. I sued them and I lost.
Which 2 agencies?
So
Please, no clapping, or we'll ask for
my
folks to-
question would be, what is your position on keeping maybe more support in terms of funding for the borough presidents and the community boards at the borough president's office and not in the mayor's office? What's your position on that?
So, sorry, I'm conferring with the whole crew because we are one in this, and we're trying to make sure that we do it as united as possible. And we took her time, council member. So if Councilmember Ressler.
So yeah, I think that one of the concerns that we had was that conflicts that might be raised between, particularly when it comes to legal issues and community planning. We already fulfill a lot of the functions that are contemplated in the bill, like with HR, EEO, budgeting, et cetera. I certainly take your point, council member, about those conflicts might also exist with the mayor's office as well. So I think that we're all open to the idea of an independent office. But one of the refrains that have kept coming up here is consistency among community boards. And there are 59 across the city, assigning it to individual borough presidents' offices and then trusting us to coordinate. It just seems inefficient and redundant. Particularly whenever you have agencies that are already doing those sort of nonpartisan services for all other agencies, like DCAS, for instance. But I certainly take your point.
DCAS.
I have my own issues with DCAS, certainly, but it's something that we grapple with.
I just want to take a moment to say, I think you've misrepresented our package, the bills that I've introduced today. None of my bills give more power and authority to the mayor's office. It does assign some responsibilities to DCAS that I think are already their responsibilities, but clarifies them. It actually gives more power and responsibility to the borough presidents to provide technical assistance and support to the community boards. So I think what you've articulated is actually very consistent with the legislation I've introduced today. So just encourage you to take a harder look at it. Our forever borough president.
I saw the word DCAS.
Councilmember, if I can just add one thing. We talked about consistency, and we talk about training of community board members. One of the things that I think the group has spoken about in the past, and our deputy borough president in the past has testified to this, is that the community board handbook, which is the document that we kind of refer folks to, hasn't been updated by CAU or mayor's office or wherever since the Bloomberg administration. So it doesn't talk anything about how remote voting or remote meetings are held. Obviously, things have changed in the 20-odd years, and so that document, and we've asked CAU, the mayor's office, to take that up and provide a much-needed update so that some of the questions that we get in our office can simply be addressed through that handbook.
May I add to that?
I never listen to anybody else's handbook. I do my own.
I'll add that handbook is no longer available on the website, on the
Who needs it?
CAU.
Do your own. The hell with them.
I will also just add just caution and concern around the borough presidents taking on, offices taking on more, is your point around DCAS. We don't manage real estate in our office. We are consistently being asked for assistance with finding suitable meeting space, particularly in this post-COVID world. That is not an expertise that we have within our office to find, suitable real estate, suitable space for community members. OTI, we are not. I mean, we are able to manage the technology in our office and beyond, but we are not. We don't have the bandwidth. We don't have the funding to actually support from a technology perspective. Being the back office, if you will, from a technology perspective. Same with the EO, et cetera, et cetera. So there is concern about where that expertise lies, and having an unfunded mandate in our
Do all your community boards have owls? I know all the ones in Manhattan do. Do they all have owls? Manhattan does.
Manhattan has the owls. We actually provide our Zoom accounts for all of our community boards. I don't know about the other boroughs.
No owls?
I don't think owls in particular, but we've helped many community boards find some technical solutions.
We pay for all the owls.
Good.
You don't pay the owls in Brooklyn?
We not yet. We give technical support as well where
They
needed.
need owls.
No.
They need them.
I see. I hear you.
Do you know what an owl is? Yes.
You're my favorite borough president in the history of borough presidents. I would take into account owls for all my community boards.
Okay.
My members are here.
I know. I know them all.
Okay, got it. I got it.
Okay.
Just on trainings, I just want to understand
All right,
trainings.
last one from Councilmember
Okay,
Brewer.
but what do you do in terms of trainings? What's do you have certain numbers, certain topics? I did everything, all the trainings.
We do most of the trainings for our community board staff. We do an orientation. We're starting to do like EO training and so forth, but it's all, I think we're all doing.
Parliamentary procedure, you don't do parliamentary procedure?
We do parliamentary procedure. Okay. The issue here is that there's an endless amount of support that we can give to community boards, but feel that DCAS is responsible for that. So we'll do it and we'll continue to do it, but we're playing the role of DCAS without getting any of the funding to make it happen.
Okay.
I'd say the same. Yes, we do, and yes, we followed you in doing in doing robust training, EEO, COI, EEO, COI, Parliamentary Procedure, Land Use 101. There are a number, there are array. In fact, we're working on, putting together the most recent course for the new appointees right now.
Queens provides the same trainings at a mandatory orientation for new members whenever they're
And do you do
initially
ongoing training also, ongoing?
ongoing training, depending on need and if the community board comes to us, but we feel that the orientation training is the most crucial.
Each August, we hold our new member orientation where we have the CEC, COIB, city planning. Our general counsel comes in and speaks to all of the new board members. During the year, we will have other opportunities for board members in parliamentary procedure, which we're actually playing another round now. Recently, we had the CEC participate in a conflict resolution session at Borough Hall, so we've done that as well. We work very closely with CEC and the trainings that they offer, and be sure that each of the boards and board members get that information in order for them to participate.
Finally, Dr. Alden Bonilla, who was obviously deputy in my office, knows more about community boards than any other human being on the face of the earth. And my suggestion would be at some point to have a conversation with him. He does the trainings. Now he's at the Fund for the City of New York. There's nobody better. He talks about it nationally. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We are 90 minutes into this panel. I have not asked a single question. You can imagine I have like 20 pages of questions that I was prepared for, but I will try to limit myself just to a few. I'll just say, you heard from a diverse set of council members this morning who were frustrated with the status quo at community boards. And I think each of us who attend multiple community board meetings every month would all say that there's real unevenness in how these boards operate. Some are functioning quite well, some are not. And there's a need for more support for these boards to function at a standard and a level that we should all expect. And with the limited resources that they have, limited staffing that they have, it's just not realistic to expect things to change without, I think, some centralized support. I've heard Borough President Reynoso and others speak to a support for a new independent office, but that would of course require a charter referendum, and there's no referendum in sight. We'll see perhaps the state legislation introduced by Senator Kruger and Assemblymember Simone may change those dynamics and make it easier for us to get charter referenda on the ballot to allow for the types of changes that I think Borough President Reynoso, you certainly envision. In the immediate, though, the options we have are what we can do legislatively to make things work better. So with that, barring changes that require a referenda, which may or may not happen in our lifetimes, in the real world of what we can do today to make things better, do you support the Borough President's taking on more responsibility to provide technical back-end support to make our community boards function better? I'm happy to keep that to a yes or no if you're able to, but if you're not, then, briefly.
If there's money behind it and there's no referendum in sight.
Totally.
Yes.
Cool.
We have the same response. It needs to be funded.
Great.
Yes, although I think there needs to be some clarity with respect to particularly legal support, IT support, and planning support, because of potential conflicts.
Yes.
I would agree with my colleagues. I haven't had that opportunity to speak with the Borough President about that specific question, but I think in terms of what everybody here has said, we would be able to work with that as well.
Totally. And I think we would all agree that city agencies, especially since they didn't have the courtesy to even show up today, are failing community boards. OTI's testimony brags about the one dedicated staffer that they have to provide support to 59 community boards, where they may or may not respond in 3, 6, 9, 12 months to address issues of import of urgency to our community boards. And DCAS, which has no dedicated support to actually provide office space or meeting space to our community boards, should be doing its job. So we want our city agencies to be helping more, but I think giving dedicated resources to the Borough President's offices to provide that support could actually help us get things done. I do want to ask on planning. Do you think that community boards have the requisite planning expertise and capacity today to do their jobs effectively?
No, there are some community boards that have planners, architects, and folks that have some knowledge of land use within the community board through their volunteer time have assisted. But outside of that, they rely almost exclusively on our office to be able to be helpful. And considering the amount of ULURP applications that come into Brooklyn specifically, we do the best we can to show some general support. But they should have their own planners. They should have some system by which they can do their own planning work. And they do it with, I say it with like a gum and duct tape, figure out a way to put forth amazing recommendations on land use items with almost no expertise provided to them by the City of New York.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Civic Engagement Commission is supposed to provide land use training, but that's
question.
not happening.
Can I just ask you on that, Deputy Borough President? The Civic Engagement Commission was tasked with providing community boards with access to professional planning expertise, translation resources, training in land use technology, and meeting procedures. To your knowledge, are they doing any of those things?
No.
None?
No.
Would have been great of them to show up at our invitation to answer those questions, but it's very helpful to get clearly on the record that they are not doing their jobs.
No, they're not, and it's absolutely necessary, as the borough president stated. They are pulling it together however they can. We provide support, but it's not sufficient, meaning we can't meet that need. It's not that we are not doing the best that we can. It's that the Civic Engagement Commission is supposed to be doing this. They also need more financial support. They hire consultants, but they need more financial support in order to be able to hire more consultants and really increase their staff capacity.
Great. Anything you guys would like to add on this?
Just to add, we have worked with the CEC, and as I mentioned, we just did our conflict resolution with CEC, so we do have a relationship with them. We have worked with them on translation as well. There is a additional need for some more land use training. We've worked with them on some of the trainings they've done with HPD. So we have had some success working with the CEC.
Okay. And I just want to, I think I'll do one more topic and then let you all go, is especially Mr. Swisher, you spoke to concerns about potential conflicts of interest, which I understand is challenging. As borough President Reynoso, I think, laid out clearly, this is all a political process, political appointment process, et cetera, and elected officials are appointing these people. And there are times when the policy priorities and preferences of the borough president are in conflict with what the board chairs, district managers, or full boards want. And so providing guidance and support gets tricky. But I just wonder if you could elaborate, like, are there any ideas that you have that with additional resources, how could borough presidents' offices kind of avoid or limit those conflicts of interest to continue to be effective resources to support community boards?
Well, I think, I guess first I'll talk about legal conflicts. The law department is properly situated as the legal representation for community boards. When it comes to compliance advice, which would sort of fall under the rubric of legal advice, I certainly have, I advise community boards constantly on open meetings law, FOIL, et cetera. I think where it gets tricky is whenever there's a conflict between the borough president's responsibilities under the charter to perhaps remove a member for cause, and then also providing legal advice to a chair or a district manager about how to navigate that. So, for instance, if there was a particular community board member who were to file a complaint, like a EEO complaint against a chair, I think that, or a district manager, certainly that chair or district manager should be able to, benefit from having legal advice, legal counsel. But I can't provide that because their particular interests might diverge from the borough president's to potentially remove a member. Now, if there were a dedicated attorney whose only client was community boards, I think that would potentially address it. However, to be fair to the law department, I have found that the Office of Legal Counsel typically has been fairly responsive to those types of questions.
Good. That's helpful. Appreciate you laying that out. Last thing is just a curiosity point for me. We've been doing our own analysis of the open meetings law, And we think there's a valid question of whether committee meetings, need to be held hybrid or in person. Is your all's collective analysis, have you looked at this question?
Yep.
Not just the board meetings, but the committee meetings in particular, and you've all come to the conclusion, and have you engaged with the law department on this, that committee meetings cannot be held exclusively on Zoom?
I'm happy to address that if my
You're
colleagues
the lawyer
are.
at the table.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is a tricky question because I think that you're getting to the point that it's very challenging for a lot of community boards to hold committee meetings in person for space needs, time needs, et cetera, et cetera. The Committee on Open Government has issued advisory opinions stating that all public bodies, which includes committees of public bodies, need to comply with the open meetings law in-person requirement. I think that a lot of community boards are finding a gray area there in terms of how to navigate this, particularly if they're not voting on an issue, if it's a committee meeting, if it's an advisory or an informational session that is accessible to the public, anyone can sign in, there's not a vote. In terms of risk of an Article 78 or some sort of compliance issue with that, I think that it's fairly low. Mm-hmm. But I also think that the open meetings law and advisory opinions surrounding that, it is clear that, yes, they do need to be in person.
And I just will say this in closing and then let you all have a nice day, is I feel like we as a city government fail to provide enough support to community boards. And I think the only folks that are trying are the borough president's offices. So I appreciate that you all are trying. I think that there's so many gray areas of what actually falls at your doorstep versus other people's doorsteps, and other folks are not doing their jobs, and it's unfortunate. So the spirit of the legislation that I've introduced is to make clearer who's responsible for what, working within what we can do legislatively to provide more support and technical assistance to make boards, ensure that all boards are functioning well. But my desire to have you all as our first panel today was in part to recognize that you're all trying, and I appreciate that you're trying. I'm sure that each of my colleagues in each of the different boroughs have different opinions to varying degrees. We're all New Yorkers, so we have too many opinions. But I really do appreciate that. I think we have 4 borough presidents who are former council members, who understand, who have worked with their board, who have worked with community boards for many, many years, and I think you're trying, which we recognize and appreciate. I certainly can say from my experience in Brooklyn, Borough President Reynoso and his team are doing a great job. So I really appreciate it. Thank you all for being here today. Sorry this went for almost 2 hours, but it was a good conversation. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next panel, we'll hear from our district managers. We will go with why don't we try to do some borough diversity? What do we got? All right, we will do Celeste Leon from Brooklyn Community Board 4. Bushwick is here. We will do Raphael Moore Punnett, excuse me if I'm mispronouncing your name, from Bronx Community Board 6. We will do George Torres from Community Board 12 in the Bronx. We will do Jeremy Laufer from Brooklyn Community Board 7. I think that's 4, and then we'll do a second panel. I think 4 is all we can squeeze here. Not district managers. Sorry. Okay, you all can testify in whatever order you're so moved, but we need to swear you in.
Thank you. Good afternoon. If you could just raise your right hands, please. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony today and respond honestly to council member questions?
Yes.
I do. You can go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm still digesting everything we just heard, but I will go ahead right into my testimony. So good morning, committee members, Chair Ressler. My name is Celeste Leong. I'm the district manager of Brooklyn Community Board 4 and the facilitator of the Future of Community Boards Working Group, which includes district managers citywide. I As a DM 8 years ago, I found my role and tasks overwhelming, frustrating, and at times unnecessarily complicated. I eagerly sought to learn more from mentors such as the former chairperson, colleagues, and taking on extra responsibilities such as moderating borough budget consultations. After many meetings where the same issues were discussed and nothing changed, I asked my colleagues in Brooklyn about intentionally coming together and documenting shared challenges and potential solutions. I extended this invitation to other district managers citywide who were serving as their borough's budget consultation moderators. The pandemic eventually provided a unique opportunity to virtually convene and strengthen relationships in a time of crisis. That is how the first working group report, the Future of NYC Community Boards report, was prepared with independent support from a staff member who worked for then council member Antonio Reynoso, who is now our current Brooklyn Borough President. I want to focus my testimony today in reference to Intro 1314, the support from the Borough President's Office. It has to be independent. It has to reflect the nature of the community boards. Boards should have a say in who is employed. It should also include financial and purchasing assistance. This is, formalizing really the role of what they do now, which has only been done based on previous discussions, including HR. A portion of the Borough President's budget should be separately allocated, dedicated to this unit. There should be separate accountability or consolidation of other agencies that are responsible for supporting the community boards. It should be protected from the whims, favor of the borough presidents or any elected officials. It should be required to maintain records for transitional purposes, examples, new administration, staff turnover, board support. Separate consideration for this is an analysis, a report, or an audit of all the personnel that currently assist the boards. I also want to focus on the board member training intro. The borough president offices have inconsistent practices which result in inequitable outcomes. Consider requiring a consolidated report on all practices to inform the boroughs and future administrations. We often see a top-down approach whenever it comes to the community boards. This leads to miscommunications. Recommend a more collaborative approach, get the boards involved, have boards share knowledge. Similar recommendation to the Civic Engagement Commission. They have operated on behalf of the boards without consulting the boards. And a recommendation for at least the borough boards, which include all of our chairs, in partnership with the borough presidents to inform their work. There's some other items. I've responded to all of the points, but I'm going to save my time. Some things that were left out. I know we've heard a lot about district managers, but I just want to flag that there is currently no space for district managers to air grievances. So if there's a toxic relationship with a board member or there's a toxic work environment, there's no space to resolve that. I thank you for your time. A sign of good leadership is a balance of informed decision-making and engagement, and thank you for the opportunity to be a part of that.
Thank you very much, Celeste, and I just want to thank you for the really thoughtful work of the working group and the report recommendations that you all put together. It certainly was on the future of New York City's community board, certainly the underpinning for this hearing and for the legislative package we drafted. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Ressler. My name is Rafael Mori-Panet. I'm the District Manager for Bronx Community Board 6. Thank you for holding this oversight hearing. I would like to express my support for Introduction 1250, in particular when it comes to the publishing of bylaws, and I'm going to talk about Borough Board, because no one's really talking about Borough Board here. So City Council does oversight over the agencies on a citywide level. We do oversight of our local agencies on the community district level, but there's also supposed to be oversight over city agencies at the borough level. The Borough Board and the Borough Cabinet are by charter required to do these things. And unfortunately, there are no Bronx members on the committee, but you can ask your colleagues. This doesn't happen in the Bronx. We don't do oversight over the agencies at a borough level. We essentially get a presentation where we're talked at for an hour and then we go home. We also don't have bylaws at Borough Board, and I think creating bylaws at the borough level and publishing them publicly and allowing the council members and community boards and BP to draft them in a joint manner would create a system whereby we could do oversight over agencies at a borough level. If you walk around the Bronx, you can see there's public safety needs, there's trash pickup that needs to happen, there's street improvements that need to happen, and there needs to be oversight at the borough level, and the charter requires us to do this, and we're not doing it. I also would like to express my support for Introduction 1314, which would be formalizing the borough president's responsibilities to provide technical assistance to the boards. I want to counter the narrative that was presented to the committee by the borough presidents. They provided joint testimony, but in practice, what we're seeing is the amount of support and relationship between Borough Hall and the community boards varies widely based on the borough you're in. I can speak to the Bronx. Essentially, what the Bronx Borough President provides in support to the community boards is, 1, they process our EEO complaints, 2, they do our payroll, and that's it. This idea that a third of their staff are supporting the boards is not my experience. I have 1 full-time person that I share amongst 12 boards for support. I have 1 person that I share with other boards for attendance, and then we have HR staff that process the payroll that I share with all the other boards. In practice, I've seen that my requests for assistance are not answered, or they are denied, or there is interference between my communication and other agencies when it comes to legal questions. And so I really hope that through formalizing the responsibilities between the BP's office and the boards, we can improve the supports for the boards. I think it's the most practical way to address the needs of the boards because our members are appointed by the borough president. Just some examples. The borough president won't discuss reappointments or new appointments in a meaningful manner, even when it comes to members that are intentionally disruptive at board meetings. I filed an EEO complaint 7 months ago. My chair never heard back on it. It just simply wasn't processed. Other attempts to get input on employee manuals or different things like that, they just refuse to comply. They refuse to participate in. So I think really 1314 is the best way to address this, and especially in light of the other responsibilities community boards are getting, it'd be great to formalize this through legislation. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is George Torres, and I'm the District Manager for Community Board 12, the Bronx. I'm here to talk about Intro 1315 and other pieces of legislation aimed at providing more training for board members. I will speak about my experiences and challenges with the requirements set forth in this legislation. There was much consternation amongst my colleagues with the requirement to provide a monthly newsletter. I'm hoping that the authors of this legislation did not mean literally a newsletter instead of what we do provide, which is a calendar of upcoming meetings with an agenda. I read the text of this legislation to mean a calendar of meeting notices with agendas. My bylaws already state that agendas and meeting notifications are sent 1 week prior to the meeting. We are not meeting this obligation. State open meeting law requires 72-hour notification for meetings, and we are meeting that requirement. Imposing a 1-month advance notification might be an unintended burden for community boards to meet. When I arrived at Community Board 12, I set out to broadcast our meetings to as many people as we could. I worked with BronxNet, our public access television provider in the Bronx, to broadcast our general full board meetings. This came with additional costs for my board to produce and broadcast our meetings on public access television. That cost burden grew with each year to a point where we could no longer sustain using BronxNet to produce our meetings. I'm fortunate that I have a permanent site to host all of my meetings within my office space. My colleagues are not as lucky and do not have a suitable permanent site to host their meetings. The task of finding locations large enough to host a meeting is difficult. Finding space that has the necessary technological accoutrements of this bill makes that task more difficult and limiting. Moreover, it would require community board staff to start lugging around computers and cameras to telecast our meetings. One of the reasons broadcasting with BronxNet was costly was because of the effort needed to produce a meeting of 50 board members. It is not dissimilar to everything laid out in this hearing. We need microphones, cameras, a soundboard, and enough cables to connect everything, not to mention the staff with technical expertise to use those cameras and soundboards to ensure a quality production. Mandating community boards to do this for every meeting would require a near Herculean effort we are not equipped to do. A possible solution is for the franchisees, like BronxNet, that are awarded the contracts by the city via the Office of the Bronx Borough President for cable providers like Optimum and Spectrum to have exclusive rights to provide cable and telecommunication services in the 5 boroughs. I would be remiss if I did not speak to all the legislation requiring additional trainings for board members on EEO and parliamentary procedures is mostly welcoming. I believe most of my colleagues are supportive of this effort. I would say that many of my board members are also supportive of this effort. The only change I would suggest is that these training courses be required of all board members prior to their appointment to the community board, like a prerequisite class at school, and that it be required on a yearly basis. Finally, I end my testimony by making a request for more funding. Much of this legislation would be possible if we had the resources to implement it. This request is not just for community boards. The Borough President's Office and other agencies will need more money to carry out these mandates. I would ask that you start by providing modest increases to our budgets on a yearly basis so that we can plan accordingly. Thank you for the opportunity to offer my testimony. I hope it is helpful as you move forward with this legislation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Torres.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Laufer. I'm here today to speak in opposition to the deadline proposed in Intro 1318. I am testifying on my own behalf today, not on behalf of my board, although I do so drawing upon my 25 years of experience as district manager for Community Board 7 in Brooklyn. In that time, I have never experienced a year in which appointments were made by the current April 1st deadline. My board has had appointments made as late as the second week of June. We have had appointments and removals on the day of the board meeting where we had ULURP votes. I agree that the current April 1st date does not work simply because it is in the middle of the year and it is nearly impossible to train new board members on board protocol and issues before us in time for new board members to be active and productive members from the beginning of their term. That puts boards at a disadvantage as new members tend to abstain from complicated issues until they get better acclimated, making achieving a majority vote more difficult. With regard to the proposed August 15th deadline, this leaves community boards in a similar position as these appointments would be made near the end of the summer with little chance to meet, train, and assign committees to new members. This year, some boards' September meeting falls on the 8th, barely 3 weeks after this appointment date, with the last 2 weeks of summer, the start of a new school year, and Labor Day in between. I'm concerned that a deadline without consequence, as we currently have, also leaves boards at the mercy of late appointments, further complicating a September board meeting. I understand that this bill was written in consultation with the Brooklyn Borough President, and this deadline does seem advantageous for borough presidents, pushing the appointment date out until almost the very end of the summer. But this does not resolve the problem of preparing our board members for service, as I have pointed out. Community board district managers have different ideas on the best date, although I believe there is a strong consensus for something other than April 1st. I have and continue to argue that July 1st would be the best possible date for our resource-poor community boards to prepare our new members. Community Board 7 has an introductory meeting for new members, distributes a member handbook specific to our board, and has a question and answer session for new members. We do our committee assignments over the summer, have time to prepare all our members for big issues that arise in the 3 months between the full board meetings. I would posit that August 15th deadline puts us in a similar position to where we are now. In fact, a lead of 2 months of summer would allow time for members to take their trainings without overlapping with committee meetings. I'd also like to take a moment to stand with my colleagues calling for a significant non-salary budget increase for community boards, something our agencies have not seen in my 25 years as district manager. The job has changed significantly in that time, particularly major changes in technology. My board still worked on typewriters when I started. We had to scale back our staff in order to properly equip our office. Our budget has never been increased in a meaningful way in that time to allow us to handle increased responsibilities in technology. A budget increase, in my mind, would have the most positive impact of any action this city council can take.
Okay, thank you all for your testimony today and for your patience. I'll just ask, what additional support could the Borough President's Office provide that would be most valuable to each of your boards?
I'll start with any support, and I guess in specific, when it comes to reappointments and new appointments, having a meaningful conversation about who's getting on the board and the ability of current board members to serve. I have board members that can no longer serve and are reappointed. I had board members that didn't show up for 2 years during COVID and were reappointed, and so just a meaningful conversation about the reappointments so that everyone can make an informed decision would be really helpful for me.
I would add accountability from the mayoral agencies that are supposed to support us, supporting and assuring that there's accountability.
But I don't think borough presidents have any real ability to get accountability from city agents. When you have a mayor that's not doing his job, I don't know how that's going to change anything.
Yeah, well, I would say at least being vocal. I mean, that's why we're here today, to start that conversation. But if we're, not met with mayoral agencies and it's just allowed to be that way, then we are truly failing the community boards. And I know we're here to discuss that today, but it has to be more clear, who's failing at what. Because really this is a silo and not many folks realize. They just say the community board's dysfunctional. They don't realize the reason we're truly dysfunctional.
Any additional thoughts on how borough presidents could provide most valuable support?
Sure. I started in 2015, and like I said, I started broadcasting our meetings because I wanted as many eyeballs on what we were doing in an effort for transparency. Then COVID hit, and it kind of opened up our world. We were able to seamlessly transition to video conferencing and telecasting because we were already doing it. I've been talking to the borough president's office about expanding the role of franchisees like BronxNet Public Access. Currently, BronxNet does like Borough Board. When I engaged BronxNet, they were charging us initially about $1,200 a meeting. That cost steadily grew over the course of several years to where it was $1,750, and we just couldn't sustain that. So we were able to find a cheaper alternative, and then with COVID hitting, we were actually able to, we were able to do it via a YouTube link. So we're not paying any more for that service. I would just say that as part of the franchise that the borough president's office votes on, I don't know how often they do. My understanding, we had a meeting with the borough president's office yesterday or the day before, Friday, and they suggested that the contract is already 3 years late. I would say that as part of that, every borough gets it, that they should expand those services to all the community boards within their respective boroughs. These contracts are worth millions of dollars. Each of us can watch on TV some of the programming for public access, and it's not as informative as, and not to be biased, but I am, community boards have important stuff like land use votes and things that are going on locally that people need to be aware of, and they should be tuning into that. So I think if you can help us have that conversation so that these contracts can be more meaningful, maybe it's a nominal increase to the franchisees just to cover the additional costs, but I think that can be the most helpful for us.
I'm rabid about our independence. In an ideal world where we were properly funded, all I want are timely appointments.
Okay. Just wondering, maybe even we can do this as a yes or no. As we've discussed on the previous panel, the Civic Engagement Commission was tasked with providing community boards with access to professional planning expertise, translation resources, training in land use, technology, and meeting procedures. Since the CEC was first convened some 6 years ago, to your knowledge, has any of that support been provided to your respective community boards?
No, and I'll speak specifically. That's one of the things I did engage CEC. I went to them and I asked them for trainings for my board members. They said that they couldn't do it for such a large party. We started engaging other organizations like the Center for Urban Pedagogy. Am I saying that right? CUP. And I think we initially paid for a land use training. It was about $2,500. And then we subsequently extended it to all the district managers, where we provided funding for that as well. But everything that we've had to do, especially in terms of training, we've had to do it ourselves or find agencies to do it. And let me just say, to the point of mayoral agencies not being responsive, we had reached out with that training on land use and zoning to HPD to give us a training on Housing Connect and affordable housing. And they basically were like, no. Now, this was several years ago. This was during the de Blasio administration. But it sort of let me know where I stood with the agencies in terms of asking for trainings that they could give to my board members.
I just want to add, there is, in the CEC's mandate to provide translation assistance to boards. Community boards cannot be run in 2 different languages without additional funding to hire full-time or to hire contracted translators at board meetings. Right. And I think it's very unfortunate that there's this the voters voted on expanded capacity to provide language, and without additional funding or CEC providing translators, boards can only be held in English. I'll also just note, for an example, the CEC did organize a training on parliamentary procedure. The person they brought in had no specific knowledge about community boards and was very annoyed that people were asking them questions about community boards, which they had no independent knowledge of. So the training was essentially useless for many of the board members because they want to know how to make a motion on the board with this committee, and the trainer didn't have any knowledge of that.
It has often been at a minimum of what they've attempted to do. We've heard about language line, which allows for in-office translation, but not interpretation services for our meetings. Often they note that they have a broader charter or a broader mandate that they have to focus on, not exclusively community boards, and that they are unfunded, which is why they cannot meet their provisions.
And go ahead, please.
So I've testified in front of this council about the need for translation and interpretation services at the same meeting that CEC has testified at. They have provided us with a list of contractors that we've actually provided to them. So we could spend our own money. It's costing me, when I can afford to do interpretation services, $300 a meeting for 2 languages, and it's something that we cannot sustain. I've estimated that if we are to provide interpretation services for all of our board meetings, including committee meetings, that would be between $40,000 and $50,000 a year.
Thank you. And not directly germane to the legislation we're hearing today, I did want to ask about the Mayor's Charter Revision Commission and the proposal to further marginalize the recommendations of community boards. Have any of your boards taken a formal position on changes to the land use process and kind of further marginalization of community board recommendations, and do you plan to do so?
There's been no formal position of the board. However, individual members have testified or plan to testify prior to it wrapping up.
We haven't taken a position yet.
Yeah, same here.
We haven't taken a position on those poorly advertised public hearing issues.
I mean, I would just say that time is of the essence. If you're all concerned about the impact that community boards have on land use decisions, in my opinion, council members generally care about the advice and recommendations that community boards give. And I think that if council members and community boards are not in a position to guide land use projects, then your recommendations will fall on deaf ears. As I think is underpinned some of the testimony that I've heard today from district managers, mayoral agencies are not particularly responsive to your boards, and the mayor will not be responsive to your concerns about how to shape a land use project that makes sense for your community. So I think that council members and borough presidents are more concerned generally with trying to provide the support that you all need to operate effectively, and I would certainly think now is very much the moment to sound an alarm. If I know there's a lot going on between budgets and elections and this hearing and many other things, and you all have too few staff and too many responsibilities, but that train is very much leaving the station. With that, I want to thank you all for being with us today. Really appreciate your time. We are going to take a brief break from community board discussions because we have a panel of students that are here with us today, and we want to give them a chance to share their expertise. So I'll invite Jason Lee, Emma Chen, Sabrina Zhang, and Kai Sin Lin Lat. And if I mispronounce anybody's name, you have my most sincere apologies. So you'll each have, thank you for being with us today. You'll each have 3 minutes to share your testimony, and really just, you can go in whatever order you're so inspired, but really appreciate your presence.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you to Chair Ressler and the rest of the committee for allowing this conversation. My name is Jason Lee, and I'm currently a junior at the Bronx High School of Science and a youth advocate at the Asian American Student Advocacy Project, ASAP. ASAP is CACF's citywide youth leadership program, and we're here today to testify in support of the Intro Bill 1134. As a Chinese Korean American student in New York City, I have experienced firsthand the many challenges that AAPI students face throughout the city, on the forefront of constant assumptions made within my community as a result of the reduction of my vibrant community into a single word on a checklist, Asian. I remember in history class, my friend would talk to me about how he never saw any representation of his Burmese identity in any of our classes. I noticed an extreme lack of perspective and commentary on the effect of different Asian cultures on U.S. history in both classes and media, as well as the effect of certain historical events on Asian communities. My friend commented on how his heritage always felt invisible, especially in seeing himself and his community always being overlooked, not only in school curriculums, but in government surveys and institutions as well. Where he was always put into the group of Asian, which masked his background and covered up the struggles that he saw within the Burmese community in his city. However, he is not the only one to feel this way. Many AAPI youth across the city do not see themselves in the data and often question about their belonging as a result of this. This is not okay, not if we want to make sure that everyone feels included, and not if we care to make sure that everyone feels welcome and safe. Data aggregation causes the diverse struggles of each ethnic group to be often overlooked as a result of not fully understanding the individual need and strength that each community has. With aggregated data, how can any government agency truly understand our needs and challenges? This incites, essentially, an erasure of individuality, completely failing to notice representation of communities, damaging the mental health of many, and creating wrong beliefs that AAPI students do not need resources. Detailed ethnic data and more disaggregated data would allow for a deeper understanding of each community's struggle. This prevents the possibility of schools not fully understanding AAPI, possibly causing microaggressive statements that could be made, or the possibility of needs for students not fully being met. Disaggregated data could help to better understand each of the diverse language needs for students, or the makeup of families who truly need support in our city, as well as efficiently allocating resources to students that need it, rather than investing in resources that do not suit the needs of the communities throughout the city. This bill is extremely essential. Disaggregated data does not only represent numbers in a survey, it's about the recognition that many communities who have gone unnoticed in the past will finally receive. For too long, many diverse communities have often been overlooked and have been invisible in the data. As a result of this, we've also been invisible in the solutions. This bill represents the first step of many to ensure that each and every community is recognized, fully understood, and supported. I urge you to pass this bill, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you, Cheryl Ressler and the rest of the committee for allowing this conversation. My name is Emma Chen, and I'm a junior at the Clinton School and a youth advocate at the Asian American Student Advocacy Project, ASAP. As an AAPI student, I've seen firsthand the impact of aggregated data. Aggregated data lumps the AAPI community into a whole, perpetuating stereotypes that see the AAPI community and students as a monolith. When I volunteered at a food pantry in 9th grade for the first time, I remember being surprised that there were many AAPI elderly people who needed help. I'd internalized the idea that Asian Americans didn't need help. That same day, I remember a volunteer, upon seeing the Asian elders, casually asking me in regard to the non-dairy milk, "Oh yeah, aren't all Asians lactose intolerant? Are you?" At the time, I didn't think twice about this, but I later realized the impact of stereotypes on how I viewed my own community, including myself. After learning about data disaggregation and the model minority myth through CSCF and ASAP, I now better understand that the AAPI community often does require resources. However, aggregated data and the generalized perceptions of the AAPI community that followed led me, a young AAPI, to internalize the idea that AAPIs didn't need help. It made me blind to the stereotypes that followed. Disaggregated data breaks down these stereotypes. It shows us that the AAPI community is diverse, that every ethnicity, every individual requires resources, and that the AAPI community is not a monolith. Our needs are different. For example, the needs of Chinese, Bengali, Thai, and Vietnamese American communities are different, and how can the government know what the needs are and fully support us without disaggregated data? For students, disaggregated data can not only shift the views AAPI students hold about their own communities, but also create a school environment in which stereotypes are broken down, a community in which AAPI students are valued for their individuality, both by their peers and their school. This bill is essential to breaking down stereotypes in the AAPI community and bettering young AAPI's visions of their communities. Had I understood the unique needs of the AAPI community, perhaps I would have understood the struggles many Asian Americans face and be better able to understand the needs of my community. With disaggregated data, students like me are able to challenge stereotypes that they hold and that the people around them hold, allowing students not only to access resources, but also value their individuality. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Emma.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Ressler and the rest of the committee for allowing this conversation. My name is Sabrina Zhang. I'm a senior at Midwood High School, and I'm also a youth advocate, part of the Asian American Student Advocacy Project, ASAP. Through ASAP, I had the opportunity to facilitate a workshop for my classmates on the need for data disaggregation. At first, I was nervous about facilitating the workshop because many of my peers perpetuated the idea that the entire AAPI community is financially well. And that is a harmful stereotype even I grew up believing in. I was shocked when I first saw racialized data sets on the poverty rate and education attainment. These sets were disaggregated by ethnicity through the work of community-based organizations, and they showed that many AAPI communities really do in fact live in poverty. After learning about data disaggregation, I questioned why it has not been implemented. Detailed data would help us directly support struggling families who, in worst-case scenarios, are hanging on by a thread. Aggregated data is very misleading because it puts the API community that consists of a diverse range of ethnic groups into one category. The API community has hundreds of ethnic groups. When there is a lack of disaggregated data, people continue to see the community as a monolith, and many of us become invisible, and our stories are untold, and a lot of our strengths are masked. I have heard many AAPI youth across the city question whether or not they even belong in the AAPI community. They don't feel seen or included in most of the data found online. Youth like myself do not see our stories painted by aggregated data. Aggregated data hurts our communities. We need to break it down for our struggles to be seen and our stories to be understood. This results in better decision-making when supporting all communities. Having disaggregated data is not for us to compete to see who needs more or less or who needs more resources. It brings proper attention to and resources to communities who need it. In ASAP, we challenge stereotypes faced by the AAPI youth constantly, such as the model minority myth, and we seek to build communities where youth feel seen, heard, and supported. This bill is one big step forward in our fight in social justice. Thank you.
That was great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Ressler and the rest of the committee for allowing this conversation. My name is Jiezin Linlet, and I am a junior at John Dewey High School. And I'm also a youth advocate at Asian American Student Advocacy Project, ASAP. As a part of ASAP Language Access Campaign team, we have discussed how many ELO students and AAPI ELO students' needs and challenges are overlooked just because there isn't enough data, detailed ethnicity data. And as an English language learner, I don't receive enough support from my school because my ethnicity and language is underrepresented in the New York City. I am Chinese Burmese, and I was born in Myanmar and only proficient in Burmese. But the school cannot provide language translation in Burmese during the exam. Teachers will assume I'm Chinese, but I'm not. My parents cannot engage with my teachers due to lack of language support. Since then, I feel unseen. With many other Burmese students and their parents, the school refused to support them to better understand their kids' education and also success in school. This lack of resources comes from lack of data. We are all labeled as Asian, and they assume our struggles are identical and ignore who we are. And we became invisible, but that is not true. This invisibility it's still more than resources. It steals our confidence. When school lumped all the Asian students together, they don't see me, a Burmese Chinese girl who needs Burmese translation. For years, I raised my hands less, spoke softer, and hid my struggles. That's because when the system repeatedly told you that your identity doesn't matter, you start to believe that your voice doesn't either. This shyness is my personality. It's learned silence from being erased. Every Asian checkbox, a form whispers that your specific story isn't worth seeing. And disaggregated data changes that. Data disaggregation can allow schools to accurately accommodate AAPI ELO students based on ethnicity and country of origin. Disaggregated data will ensure schools to recognize who I truly am, and the next generation will have to shrink themselves to fit into boxes that erase them. This bill is a solution for us to feel visible, because it will mandate all the cities and agencies to use the same standard of data collection where detailed ethnicity are collected, so that government service can know who AAPIs are and what our needs are, will enable us to better understand one another and unite us together to advocate for all of our needs. We call the city to pass this bill to break the invisibility in the AAPI community. Due to the lack of data, but requiring more detailed options beyond broad category of race, because data disaggregation is also one of the beginning steps for a school to become culturally responsive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to firstly state that you all testified with just impressive poise and insightfulness, and I really appreciate you sharing your expertise with us today. Just what grade are you guys each in?
3 of us are juniors, and I'm a senior.
Where are you heading for college?
Huh?
Where are you heading for college?
I'm going to Binghamton University.
That's amazing. Congratulations. Well, I have to say this is really helpful. I strongly support this legislation. I think that we don't understand data appropriately when it's not necessarily disaggregated, and assumptions get made and key information gets lost when we're not able to break things down. You all spoke eloquently about the AAPI community today and the diversity within it. I think you could have a similar argument for the Latino community, and the similarities between people's experiences coming from Puerto Rico and Argentina and Mexico vary quite a bit. And how we break down this information, understand the differences in the experience of Colombians versus Dominicans versus Puerto Ricans versus Cubans versus Argentines versus Ecuadorians is really important, just as the same is very obviously true for the AAPI community. With that, I just want to ask the question, what do you think if we were to do a better job, if we were to pass this bill and have better disaggregated data by nationality and ethnicity, what do you think are policy areas that we would newly be able to better tackle as a result of having more and better information? You spoke a little bit of this in your testimony, but just interested, are there specific areas that you think we as policymakers could do a better job if we had better data?
So definitely we were thinking of like social welfare programs and also kind of more language access like we touched upon earlier, because upon like if you're doing a general survey, it could be kind of inferred that AAPI like mostly know or have access to like English language learning resources, but if you're able to break it down and take kind of group by group, then you could also better kind of see the amount of access that some communities have towards these programs.
That's helpful. Anything you guys would like to add?
Yeah, like as you mentioned, like social welfare programs, things like that, but also like I think a lot of like you touched upon it, it was like more language access, especially since people usually think like, people usually think about East Asia, especially when they think of the AAPI community. So the AAPI community, like East Asians can get those resources like language access and like classes and things like that. But also there are a lot of, what about South Asia, like Central Asia? Those people also need the same like there's many diverse languages, so they also need to be included in that kind of welfare program or like classes. Yeah.
No, and I thought, Sabrina, your points about kind of the model minority myth and how helpful more data disaggregation would be for us to be able to tell a story about where we have very high rates of poverty among Asian American communities is really powerful and important, especially among Asian American seniors, across many areas in New York City. I will just say on the record, this is the most diverse city council that we've ever had. We have our first two South Asian council members in the city council, and Councilmember Hanif, who serves on this committee, and Councilmember Krishnan, who's the lead sponsor on this bill, and more East Asian council members representing diverse communities across New York City than we've ever had before, with Councilmembers Lee and Wong and Ung, and maybe I'm forgetting somebody, but I'm sorry, whoever I'm forgetting. And their voices and their expertise also helps to push forward really important legislation like this. And so I'm just really grateful for you all taking the time to be with us today and sharing your expertise. You guys did a great job, so thank you so much. And I will do my best to help get this bill passed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to go back to community boards. Do you think we can squeeze 5 people up? Is that possible? Yes, I got a yes. Great. So we're going to do District Manager Mark Diller from Community Board 2 in Manhattan, Jesus Perez from Manhattan Community Board 6, Sean Campbell from Brooklyn Community Board 14, Chair Robert Camacho from Brooklyn Community Board 4, and we will also have Lloyd Fang, who is a member of Brooklyn Community Board 1. Thank you each for joining us and appreciate the squeeze of 5 people up at the dais. Can I give you this? Great. Great. This is this. We'll do this. Great. Great. And feel free to testify in whatever order you all are so moved. But the committee council will swear you in.
Oh, of course.
Committee council will swear in the district managers, I think is the distinction that we've made today. Is that right? Yeah.
Good afternoon. Can you please raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee and respond honestly to council member questions?
I do.
Thank you. You can begin.
Shall I go? Good afternoon, Chair and Council. My name is Mark Diller. I'm the District Manager for Community Board 2 here in Manhattan. I am also a former volunteer board chair of Community Board 7 where I reside. So I approach this work from both sides of that aisle. I bring to you the resolution of our board with respect to Intro 1065. I won't repeat what it says. You have it before you. I will share a personal aspect to that, which is that I am a 67-year-old recovering lawyer, and it is not a seller's market for someone in my place. So if I'm subject to either a term limit or a term of employment, in 4 years, my resume is going out tomorrow, and if the gods should allow, that would add to the brain drain that term limits already imposes on the work of our boards, as well as the diminution of the role of the boards that the chair has already outlined. With respect to Intro 1250, with respect to publishing bylaws on our website and updating various things with respect to, those are things that we do, but I will tell you that it is an enormous, basically I'm lucky to be able to do it. And the reason I'm lucky is that my staff doesn't take their vacation time that they're allowed, and I can't pay them overtime, they only get comp time. And so as a result, and if they ever took all the comp time that they earned by working overtime in order to make sure that, and remember, we're required to redact the information that is linked to the agendas that are on our website. So if and that takes time. And that time is done not within the normal 35-hour week that I ask my staff to perform. So this is an unworkable model. We need more staff to do these things, and we need the resources to do it. With respect to, I'm sorry, that's also Intro 1315. 1250 was publishing our bylaws, which we do. But again, having the resources to maintain a website that has all this information on it and an e-blast that coordinates that is difficult to do under the staffing models that we've got. With respect to the requirements of video conferencing, which I will distinguish from live streaming, First of all, I'm grateful for anybody who can answer the question that is under the current law, Section 2800, about what it means to make available for live streaming or make available for broadcast. The Law Department and the General Counsel's Office have been befuddled by that for years. So clarity is good, but resources are necessary because otherwise I am schlepping equipment to rooms throughout my district to make sure that we have the facility, as was mentioned earlier, rooms that don't have Wi-Fi, don't have any of the technical requirements, and we are beggars can't be choosers about what rooms we get. I see my time is up, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Mr. Giller.
Good afternoon, Chair Ressler and other members of the City Council GovOps Committee. My name is Jesus Perez, and I am the District Manager of Manhattan Community Board 6. I have been for the past 9 years or so. And I'm here to talk about Intro 1065. My board would actually wanted to hear the remarks being made here about the rest of the package of the bills before they opine, so there may be more coming on later. But as you know, 1065 would impose 4-year terms on district managers and give borough presidents the new authority to remove district managers at any time for any reason. And it's our board's view that that is not oversight, that is overreach. Overreach that threatens the independence and effectiveness of community boards across the city. As I'm sure you know, the city charter already provides that district managers serve at the pleasure of their boards. So community boards don't need 1065 to dismiss their district manager. They can do it now if they want to. What community boards need is the autonomy to manage their staff based on merit, on performance, on the needs of their districts, not artificial timelines or political interference, which 1065 unfortunately would invite. What community boards need are increased operating budgets and appropriate office and meeting facilities, especially with the increased complexity and the necessity of hybrid meetings in this day and age. What community boards need is a city government that invests in the professional development of their public servants so that those district managers who are performing well can seek to serve their communities even better, and those who may have room for improvement have the support that they need to reach the heights of the community and the city council's expectations. This is even more important in the context of impending term limits for community board members because the district manager represents essential institutional knowledge that cannot not now be relied upon from the members alone. There is no demonstrated need for Intro 1065. It is a solution in search of a problem. All it does is introduce instability and confusion and risks politicizing the non-political role of district manager. Manhattan CB6 urges the council to reject Intro 1065 outright and instead work in partnership with community boards to strengthen, not weaken, the systems that support good governance at the neighborhood level. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Ressler, members of the committee, and everybody else. My name is Sean Campbell. I'm District Manager of Brooklyn Community Board 14. I appreciate this opportunity to speak on behalf of my board and appreciate the attention that community boards are getting by this committee and through these intros. And to the extent that some of them, the intros have merit, others are duplicative, and others are misguided. We have submitted written testimony on those because I fear that they may detract from our biggest need, which is a baseline budget increase. And I've been here before speaking about the fact that over the past 20 years, we've gotten on average 1.5% budget increases in our baseline budgets, while inflation was 2.5%. We're the only city agency to have fewer headcount than when we were founded. And so if all of the intros pass, if none of the intros pass, if some of them pass, we will still need a baseline budget increase. So I was encouraged to hear some support for that today. Because as Councilmember Brewer pointed out, while our budgets have not increased, our responsibilities certainly have. Covering the technology for meetings and some of the other administrative tasks has only increased. Community Board 14 actually, as it stands now, with our current staff at our current budget, will never again be able to offer a merit increase to our staff. We will have to rely on the negotiated budget increases that the unionized staff get. I had to beg, borrow, and I promise not steal, in order to put together our youth conference this year, which attracts over 400 teenagers annual. It's our 16th annual, and other events such as our nonprofit roundtable, getting really sketchy trying to put those together. So I hope that that will be considered and the intros won't be a distraction. We've done several calculations. It seems like $200,000 per board would make us whole, but we realize that we have more hope in getting there incrementally. So to the members of the council who supported a $50,000 budget increase in our baseline budgets this year, I hope it's not too late. I hope we can still get there this year, and I hope these intros are not a distraction from that advocacy. Thank you.
Hey, how are you, Chair? My name is Robert Camacho. I'm the chair of Community Board 4. I know you saw my district manager, Celeste de Leon. Young lady, bright. I don't know why would you want us to term limit someone like that. It's kind of disheartening even to put that someone would be walking on pins and needles wondering who'll be the next chair and might want to change the narrative after the fact that she worked so hard. I have been in Bushwick all my life since 1957. I have been on a board, it's going to be, it breaks my heart, it's going to be almost 40 years by 2027. I was a young kid, I always thought that either I would be in jail or dead. I just turned 64 years old, I think I beat all odds. I have been in this community board a long time, and I learned from my pillars, my old folks. I've been there when we had rocks and bricks and crack and dope fiends and prostitutions. I have been there now that the new people are coming in, and they're coming into the board, and they think that the community board is something that you can go fight and beat people down. No, it's all about quality of life issues, making sure that our agencies are addressing our concerns and needs, and our councils are working with us to make sure that they do their job, because they work for us, we don't work for them. And we really need that. And to put that on there is kind of disheartening. Yes, we need education, but let me tell you what they don't educate on how my community was with bricks and rocks, and I had no basketball. Now there is. The changing of communities and people that are coming in here trying to make a change, but it has to change with both of us. And that's what's hard with a leader, when you have different narratives and different opinions. But I open it up to everyone. I do follow Robert Rules of Order. I do have the city charter in my meetings. I do have the bylaws of the community board. I have all those things and carry it with me when I go to my meetings and sit there and address issues. But what we really need to do too, and I do go, I think I'm 100% of the borough boards. All those years I've been, 8 years as the chair. I'm going on my 8th year. What we do need is you guys, because you're part of the borough boards, and I know sometimes we don't find quorum. You're trying to penalize us.
My staff is there every month.
No, but
I'm just saying. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, whoever don't, I'm not paying. That's why
it's a little easier for me. Borough Hall's in my district.
I understand.
So it's walking distance from my office for my staff to get there. So we don't have an excuse. We show up every month. For other folks, it's a little more challenging. But I'm digressing. I just mean to say we're not the problem on quorum. I hope Lacey's still somewhere for us to get that on the record.
Yes.
Good.
And we hope we have a quorum, because you can't paint every community with the same brush.
I appreciate very much you being here, Chair Camacho. It's always good to see you.
Thank you so much, Chair Ressler. Good to see you. So my name is Lloyd Feng, representing Brooklyn Community Board 1. You're very familiar with us. We serve Williamsburg and Greenpoint. I serve as chair of the Public Safety and Human Services Committee. I'm here testifying on behalf of the full board because we did carefully review the reform bills that you are discussing today, and we offer the following positions that are quite similar to some of our colleagues across the city on other community boards, be it the district manager level or from the community board level, or member level. So we strongly support the 3 bills that address critical operational needs. Intro 1250, requiring online publication of bylaws, aligns quite well with our board's action earlier this year to update our bylaws finally electronically. We were still using like a Xerox copy from like way back. And then we also support the 2 pre-considered bills from Chair Ressler, creating support offices, one under borough presidents for legal and HR assistance, another within DCAS for accessible meeting spaces. This will provide essential resources for our board, especially as we address the growing responsibilities that my colleague from BK 14 just mentioned now. But I think it's important for us to distinguish what kinds of legal matters for which we could then go to, this office, what kinds of HR assistance. I think all these things are good, but we have to really define those. I think that's something that our district manager has brought up to us. Joanna, of course, she's fantastic. And so we also support with amendments to training-related bills. This is Intro 0472 on EEO training. We recommend exempting New York City agency employees who are on the board who've already completed required EEO training to avoid this kind of redundancy. For the pre-considered bill from Chair Ressler, we support enhanced member prep, but urge moving the appointment date similarly from August 15 to July 1st. I think we heard about that earlier. Giving the district office more time to onboard new members and complete required training in the other bills before they participate in committee work. Now, we oppose the newsletter and video conferencing requirements unless the council includes increased funding for community boards that would enable us to staff up and pay for any needed tech and equipment for the provision of such services. Our district office is already stretched thin, serving both Williamsburg and Greenpoint, which have experienced tremendous population growth, extensive development, as you're familiar, and a proliferation of nightlife establishments that have generated numerous complaints and quality of life concerns. This increased volume of work, from development reviews to quality of life issues, has significantly strained our staff's capacity. Without adequate funding, these requirements would be unfunded mandates that compromise our ability to serve our community effectively. We also oppose Intro 1065, similarly to other speakers here, that would establish the district manager terms. This bill undermines community board autonomy by allowing borough presidents to unilaterally remove district managers and appoint their preferred candidate. We talked about the ethical concerns, but I also just wanted to mention that managing the district office is not a task that I would ever want to take on, right? It is so onerous, right? Really appreciate the work that district managers and Joanna Plagarin does, and navigating and deciphering city government, city agencies is so hard, right? And I think that body of experience that somebody who's been with a board for a long time really develops is really critical to our board being successful. So really appreciate your time, Chair Ressler, and thank you all so much.
I really appreciate the thoughtful testimony of this panel, and I do want to speak to Councilmember Williams' bill. I don't remember what number that is, but I can fully appreciate the concerns that I've heard today around the borough presidents, empowering borough presidents to be able to remove district managers. I don't think I need to speak to why that would be alarming for folks. 1065, thank you very much, Jaysri. I would certainly be opposed to a term limit for district managers as well, as I can appreciate that. Ms. Campbell, how long have you served as the district manager for CB14? 15 years. That people develop great expertise over time, deep relationships with the community, to Mr. Feng's point, deep knowledge of city government and an ability to navigate complex issues and bureaucracies. What I have less understanding of, and I'd appreciate particularly if the district managers, but if each of you could speak to this, is why the agita around terms. It seems to me that there are instances where people are appointed to a job, they stay in that job, and without a formal evaluation process and a reappointment process for another 4-year term, or maybe there's an alternative way to do it around just requiring an evaluation every so often, as the Queen's General Counsel suggested. It seems to me that that could be a reasonable thing for somebody to be evaluated and reappointed in perpetuity if they're doing their job well. I think there have been instances where there have been district managers who have remained in their jobs for decades and didn't do their job all that well. And I appreciate that they serve at the privilege of the board, and the board could take action, but if there isn't a mechanism to force the conversation, then it may not happen, right? And so just wanted to put that out there. If you'd be willing to comment on that issue of the problem of having terms, a mechanism for an evaluation and reappointment. Why is that such? Because I haven't heard anyone essentially say they support that today. And I'm just interested in understanding why not.
I'll lead off on that if I may. There is a distinct difference between having your job taken away from you unless someone reappoints you and being an at-will employee, which is what I am right now. I have no problem with an evaluation schedule. I am not a union member, therefore I can be removed with a minimum of process. I think one of the things that, but as I said, if I have to, well, I guess the first thing to remember is that now that community board members are term limited themselves, their experience with the district manager is going to be different. Apart from the brain drain part, there is the fact that most boards also have a term limit for how long someone can serve as its chair. And whether you agree or disagree with term limits, that does place a finite amount of experience with the aspects of the district manager's job. And by the way, something that didn't come up today, but I think should factor into this part of the equation, is that in addition, district managers, in addition to serving the board and the needs of the board for process and relationships with city agencies and so forth, we are also a primary constituent service provider, and that is something that also requires continuity and familiarity with the district. I'm only 2.5 years into my district. I can now navigate the streets of Soho better than I ever could, but it is a learning process that would have to be.
Again, I'm not supporting term limits. I just want to be clear. That wasn't the argument. It's just a question of, I've seen protracted and ugly processes for district manager removals, and I've seen district managers that have stayed on for many years, maybe decades too long, because nobody was willing to force the conversation on the board about a need for change. If you were to have a process where every 4 years or every period of time there's an evaluation and a reappointment, that doesn't seem unreasonable to me. I guess if somebody's an at-will employee at any given time, it's essentially giving more job security to that individual that, barring an extraordinary circumstance, they're going to have 4 years to continue to serve in their job, which may be better, arguably. It's none of your perspectives. I'm just asking the question because I don't think it's unreasonable, and I'd love to hear why I'm wrong, if that's all your perspectives.
I'll yield.
I am a chair, and I do have a district manager, and I am responsible for her. And I have a board. I have executive board. So if I see something's wrong, I go directly to the executive board, I make recommendations, and we correct the problem just the same way you guys give to the members. So I don't think by including that in there would allow someone to work right, because now they're walking on pins and needles, like I told you, every 4 years. So you may not have someone, a chair like me, that will go through the due process,
right,
or you have someone already that's already handpicked. Remember, council and the borough presidents picked them, the board members, and the chair is voted in by their peers, correct?
Right.
So what do you have there? Corruption, politics. I call it tricks, silly rabbit tricks are for kids. So allow us to do our job. If the chair is not doing their job, then the board, all 50 board members that they appointed, needs to remove them if they're not doing their job. But they're not, because you're saying that some boards are allowing the district managers to do what they want to do, then they're not a pickable board, then they need to be addressed. And education is key, but you can't teach this in 4 years or in 2 years that you guys are terming people out. I'll be term out. You're going to have different people, different ideas. You're going to have different people saying, okay, you got the 4 years. Now we can get the manager we want now. Because I don't think she's doing the right thing. I don't think her time and attendance is right, which you should be evaluating. And she's supposed to be evaluating the members. That's the way it works. That is the chair's job. So you're taking away my job and creating more work that I don't need. Because now I have to evaluate her, go through the executive board and says, the district manager, A, B, C, D, E, what do you think? She's up for evaluation. What do you think, guys? But it's so hard to get them a raise.
Yeah.
But it's
No,
easier.
no. There's no argument here on the budget side. I'll just add, maybe I'll ask the district managers, when was the last time you were each evaluated by your boards?
Oh, thank you. Last week or the week before?
Okay.
It's been quite... Hello? Oh, it's been quite some time.
Okay.
But if I could speak to the question as to why,
Yeah.
why do we have an issue with the terms? My board did not take an official position on that particular element, but I'll speak as a district manager. It does introduce a little bit of toxicity into the morale of the office. Essentially, you have every 4 years, you are relitigated again. If that were such a novel and beneficial way to go, why don't we relitigate every piece of legislation that's passed every 4 years? Why aren't commissioners relitigated every 4 years? Why aren't the Fortune 500 companies rushing to reevaluate all of their staff every single 4 years, all their CEOs? There, at some point, you have to put faith in the decision that you've made, and if you have issues with your particular district manager, as this seems to become from very isolated issues that don't touch the majority of community boards, then address those issues.
I think that's fair. I guess I evaluate my staff every year, right? We do a global review. And I think whenever somebody has a single boss, there's clear lines of accountability.
Right.
When you're reporting to 50 people, it's a bit more disparate in just how that accountability is held. So that's why I'm just intrigued by the notion. I don't think it's I don't think it would lead to, my goal in having the conversation about that idea is not to impose term limits or to force good district managers out of their jobs. That's not the idea at all. Is to say, is it helpful for boards to have a consistent timeline for evaluations and some actually more stability and security around set periods of time that people are going to be reappointed when they're doing their job well? I get that there's anxiety when there's a vote to bring in a district manager and there's kind of wrangling to get those votes in, and then you'd be kind of going through that process every 4 years, which I get you may not like. I don't love going for re-election. It's not a lot of fun, but it's the process that we signed up for. That being said, Ms. Campbell, I think you were going to jump in. Or was I?
Yeah, I got the date wrong. It was May 29th. We had an executive
Close
committee
enough.
meeting, and it's in my. So I agree with you, but I think the charter does note that the chairperson is the daily supervisor. Our bylaws reiterate that. Our bylaws also, at my request several years ago, put in a annual performance review. So I agree. We're simpatico on the accountability that you're suggesting could be improved across the city. I think one of my concerns about the language, the specific language that was in that intro, undermined the autonomy of each board. So if this is suggested as a best practice, and when borough presidents, when appointing members reiterate that, and if we're building the capacity of boards when they're appointed in order to exercise the authority that's given them, then I think that we don't need these intros. I think a lot of these intros are sort of responses to a lack of capacity and a lack of accountability to, DCAS, for instance.
Yeah, I appreciate that broader point. I think you made it, and a previous district manager on an earlier panel, I think, essentially felt the same. I recognize that, and your testimony spoke to this quite thoughtfully, that community boards are underfunded. And if we gave more resources to community boards, then more community boards would fulfill many of the goals in this legislation just by having more capacity and resources, right? In my experience, and having been a community board member, having attended many, many hundreds of community board meetings over the years, I have found exceptionally uneven management of community boards, that the caliber and quality of the 59 boards really ranges, and I think resources are important, and none of the bills that I've sponsored, I don't think any of them, but certainly a number of the bills I've sponsored wouldn't work without additional funding. I recognize that. I've said that plainly in my opening today, and I repeat that now. But I do think it's funding plus standards and expectations and requirements to make sure that all boards are operating at the levels that we should hope and expect. And some are achieving it, some are not, and that's the purpose of why we want legislation to mandate it.
Yeah. And
that's where the voters have a say in telling people to go home if they're not doing their jobs. But it's a little different on community boards.
I completely agree with your sentiment, yes. Because they are 59 different independent agencies, they can run 59 different ways. But I think that's where, and if you wonder why that we have sort of our backs up about this, it's because I was heartened to hear Councilmember Williams say that she does not want, as a consequence of her bill, that a borough president can just fire a district manager they don't like. But we can only go by what's written in the intro. And by what's written in the intro, that's precisely what could happen. And so that's why we seem to be on the defensive about this, because there was no detail in there. We Community Board 6 invited Councilmember Williams' office to come and explain so that we can ask questions about this bill. No response was given. So all we can do is go by what is in the intro. But what I would say, if there are standards that district managers are not meeting, you need to communicate those standards. You need to be clear about those standards. Those standards need to be written somewhere where they can be consulted by district managers. Because as a manager myself, I cannot hold my staff accountable. I cannot fault my staff for not meeting expectations that I don't communicate to them.
Right.
They need to be clear on that.
I appreciate that. Now, I will just say, Councilmember Williams is a very thoughtful member of this body and welcomes feedback, welcomes good dialogue, and I think you heard her say today that she's open to having real conversations about the bill, and didn't say that she was stuck on every sentence as it had been introduced, but open to significant changes, which is always helpful to hear. And I know that we were texting, since she had to go down to the budget negotiating team meeting, that she's looking forward to watching the testimony after, because she really cares about what you all have to say. And not everyone takes that same approach. She really does. So I know that your testimony is being heard by the bill sponsor in addition to by me, and we value the input. And I have not co-sponsored the legislation. But I do value the opportunity to have a real dialogue about it, for what makes sense in it, what doesn't, and why. If it moves forward in the legislative process. So with that, I will say thank you very much for each of your testimony. We really appreciate it. And more importantly, thank you for your work. It's unheralded and underappreciated. As a board chair, Mr. Camacho, as a board member, and as 3 great district managers, we really appreciate it. Thank you very much. We are now going to switch back to data disaggregation. Lloyd, stay where you are. Double testimony at the same hearing, very exciting. I think that could be a record. So Lloyd Fang is going to be testifying on behalf of the Coalition for Asian American Families, CACF. Ashley Chen will be testifying on behalf, if she's still here, on behalf of the Chinese American Planning Council, CPC. Jimin Cha, also from CACF, and Alice Moe from Homecrest Community Services. If you all 4 are here, great. Thank you all for being here, and feel free to testify in whichever order you're so moved. You'll each have 3 minutes.
Great. Well, thank you again, Chair Ressler. Good to see you again.
Long time no see.
My name is Lloyd Fang from the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families, CACF this time, where I co-lead the Invisible No More campaign. And I'm here to underline reasons that this committee and the New York City Council ought to support and pass our bill, Intro 1134. I think you have some documents sitting in front of you that include some information about Invisible No More and the FAQ, so you can refer to that as I speak. But I just first off want to give a shout out to Kay, who spoke earlier, who was our ASAP youth leader. She was the last speaker, the English language learner. She's only been learning English for 2 years, by the way. And so she's able to
she did
understand
a phenomenal
what
job.
Data disaggregation is, which is a pretty big word and concept. But anyway, New York City, of course, is renowned for its diversity, attracting people from all over the world to build a life here. According to the 2020 census results, there are nearly 200 racial and ethnic groups represented among New York City's growing population. Despite the diversity of cultures and communities and ideas and experiences that people bring with them that we see every day around us, New York City agencies are not collecting granular, high-quality demographic data that reflects this diversity, instead relying on broad racial and ethnic categories like Asian, Black, Latino, white, etc., that ultimately mask unique cultural nuances and different socioeconomic needs. So why does this matter? Well, let's look at Asian New Yorkers and diabetes prevalence, for instance. According to the 2021 DOH-MH report on Asian and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander New Yorkers' health, 12% of Asian and Pacific Islander New Yorkers, which is quite similar to the 13% of New Yorkers across racial and ethnic groups, experience diabetes, 12%, 13%. But this kind of data alone is, of course, misleading. 21% of Indian New Yorkers have diabetes as opposed to just 9% of Chinese and 7% of Korean New Yorkers. This kind of disaggregated ethnicity data would provide health practitioners, policymakers, and our own community members with better information about who diabetes impacts, guiding more targeted research, policymaking, and medical decisions. Relying solely on broad race ethnicity categories is no longer a useful way to measure and understand all New Yorkers' needs and may actually be putting more children and families at risk. So the bottom line is that 1134 updates New York City's race and ethnicity data truly befitting the world's capital and modernizes agencies' demographic data collections now that are now a quarter of the way through the 21st century, right? We're in 2025. This bill ensures that every New Yorker, whether you're Nigerian or African American or Jamaican, Korean or Filipino or Indian or Uzbek, Cuban or Salvadoran or Mexican, Polish or Italian or Russian, gets counted and gets served. So Intro 1134 prioritizes common sense, government efficiency, responsible government, and ensuring our city serves everyone effectively. I urge the committee to really back this bill, and I hope New York City Council can really stand with all New Yorkers to make sure all our needs are understood better than ever before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Feng.
Good afternoon. My name is Jimin Cha, and I'm the Data Policy Coordinator at the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families, also known as CACF. Thank you very much to Chair Lincoln Ressler and the Committee on Government Operations for holding this hearing and providing the opportunity to testify in support of Intro 1134. The Invisible No More campaign, led by CACF, has been advocating for 15 years to ensure that New York City and state governments collect accurate, disaggregated data about our diverse New York City communities. Our coalition, made of more than 90 and growing API-serving community-based organizations, are here today to express our strong support for Intro 1134, a transformative piece of legislation that will significantly expand how New York City agencies collect and disaggregate race and ethnicity data from New Yorkers accessing city services. The impact of Intro 1134's passage will be immediately felt not only by our API communities, but by other BIPOC communities as well. It will finally bring collective visibility to many communities who have long been ignored in the city's data collection and reporting practices by local agencies. Intro 1134 will especially benefit API communities that have been historically undercounted or rendered invisible, including but not limited to Bangladeshi, Nepali, Sri Lankan, Lao, Hmong, Burmese, Cambodian, and Indo-Caribbean populations. Allowing these communities to be under the broad classification of Asian, or even worse, other or unknown, allows them to be overlooked in critical areas such as education, employment, housing, healthcare, and political representation, further perpetuating their invisibility and unmet needs. Any delay in passing Intro 1134 hinders our city government's ability to consider those needs in decision-making and resource allocation. Currently, New York City agencies only collect and disaggregate data for the top 30 most populous ancestry groups, and just 7 agencies are legally required to do so. This narrow scope leaves out critical populations and limits the city's ability to address disparities effectively. Intro 1134 goes beyond the top 30 and represents the many ethnic identities that make up our city's population. It requires not just 7, but all city agencies to disaggregate our data. Most notably, the bill will incentivize city agencies to evaluate and improve their services based on more accurate disaggregated data. It's time to move beyond the familiar political language that there's not enough data on our communities. We must ensure that data reflects the lived experiences of our API communities and affirm that we are a force too powerful and too vital to be overlooked. I want to thank Councilmember Shekhar Krishnan for his advocacy and for championing this bill, and we ask the Committee on Government Operations, State and Federal Legislation to vote unanimously in favor of this bill without delay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Alice Moe, Policy and Advocacy Coordinator at Homecrest Community Services. Thank you to Chair Lincoln Ressler and the Committee on Government Operations for this hearing. I'm here to express Homecrest's strong support for Intro 1134. We're a proud coalition member of the Invisible No More campaign led by the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families, advocating for accurate, disaggregated data, reflecting New York City's diverse communities. This transformative bill expands how New York City agencies collect race and ethnicity data by requiring collection across 3 tiers: broad, regional, and detailed subgroups. This ensures all identities are captured, vital for nonprofits like ours to proactively design and deliver responsive services. At Homecrest, we primarily serve Southern Brooklyn's vibrant Chinese population. While often treated as monolithic, our community is deeply diverse. From various regions with distinct dialects, language needs, and cultural nuances, which collectively lead to unique service requirements. This one-size-fits-all approach hides critical differences, like income inequality, where the richest Chinese American families can earn 19.2 times more than the poorest. Language-only data not only misses the distinct needs of ethnic groups who may speak the same language, but it misses the distinct needs of ethnic groups who may speak the same language, but it also overlooks those of second or third generation Americans who identify with their heritage, yet primarily speak English. By expanding options to capture New Yorkers' specific heritage, Intro 1134 will empower us to deliver tailored support. This means providing language-specific mental health services, targeted health outreach for prevalent diseases, culturally competent older adult care, and effectively addressing challenges in public safety and schools. Detailed data helps support students from diverse Chinese linguistic backgrounds, as we heard firsthand today, and develop precise public safety initiatives that can address concerns impacting specific immigrant groups. Intro 1134 is vital, significantly improving representation in policy and resource allocation for not just the diverse segments of the Chinese population, but for all of New York City's diverse populations, including AAPI communities like Bangladeshi, Nepali, Cambodian, Indo-European, Indo-Caribbean, and more, who have historically been undercounted by the city agencies. That's right. This bill empowers organizations like ours to advocate better, enables cities agencies to deliver more targeted and equitable services, and incentivizes them to evaluate services based on that collected data. I thank Councilmember Shekhar Krishnan for championing this bill. We ask the Committee on Government Operations to vote unanimously in favor of Intro 1134. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mo.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Ressler and members of the City Council for the opportunity to testify. My name is Ashley Chen. I'm the Policy Analyst at the Chinese American Planning Council, CPC. The nation's largest Asian American social service organization serving 80,000 New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs in Manhattan, Queens, and Brooklyn, through 50 and more programs. As part of CACF's Invisible No More campaign, we know that equitable policy begins with accurate data. That's why I'm here to urge swift passage and implementation of Intro 1134 legislation that would require city agencies to collect and report disaggregated data on at least the 10 most populous groups within each broad race/ethnicity category. Asian Americans are the fastest growing racial group in New York City, and we're not a monolith. At CPC alone, we serve immigrants from over 40 countries speaking 25 languages, yet the broad Asian category conceals stark disparities between communities. During COVID-19, aggregated data masked urgent health needs among subgroups like Mandarin-speaking elders who faced unique barriers to care. Disaggregated data will make disparities visible, allowing the city to design smarter, more targeted solutions. With federal support for comprehensive data under threat, New York must lead. We thank Councilmember Krishnan for championing this bill and urge the committee to vote unanimously in favor of Intro 1134 because data equity is the foundation for justice. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Yeah. I just really want to thank you all for your thoughtful testimony, and I'm really pleased that we're able to hold a hearing on this bill today because I think it's really important, and I strongly support it, and you have my full commitment to work closely with Councilmember Krishnan to help advance its passage. And I think each of your organizations do a great job, and just want to thank you for the work that you do on behalf of all New Yorkers and for your advocacy for this legislation. I think having comprehensive, accurate data is critical for us to set the right policies, and it's not always the most exciting thing in the world to talk about, data disaggregation, but it is really important, and so thank you for focusing on it and pushing, and it's making a difference, and we'll do our best to help get it over the finish line. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. We're going to do one more panel on data disaggregation, then we're going to take a 3-minute break, and then we'll go to Zoom. So with that, Naima Tahir from District 33's own Arab American Family Support Center, thank you for being with us. Umaima, Benyahaya, I'm sorry, from Malika, please forgive my mispronunciation. Sarah Fajardo from the Korean American Family Service Center, and Kimberly G. Powell from Asians Fighting Injustice Invisible No More. If you're all still with us, feel free to join and testify in whatever order you all are so inspired.
Good afternoon, Chair Ressler and members of the committee. My name is Naima Dahir, and I'm from the Arab American Family Support Center. AAFSC provides culturally and linguistically competent, trauma-informed, multi-generational social services to the growing Arab, Middle Eastern, North African, Muslim, and South Asian communities across New York City. As a proud coalition member of the Invisible No More campaign led by CACF, we work to advocate for equitable, accurate, and disaggregated data collection by New York City and state agencies. We are here today to express our strong support for Intro 1134, which represents a critical step forward in improving how city agencies collect and report race and ethnicity data. As one of the largest organizations in the nation serving Middle Eastern and North African communities, AAFSC witnesses every day the consequences of erasure due to insufficient data that properly showcases our communities. Despite New York City's immense diversity, being home to hundreds of ethnicities, cultures, and languages, MENA communities remain invisible in official data. The lack of disaggregated data has far-reaching consequences across education, healthcare, employment, political representation, and more. Immigrants, refugees, and their children from Yemen to Palestine to Amazigh communities across North Africa have been forced to identify as white on government forms, a category that fails to represent their lived experiences. This classification not only erases their identity, but actively obstructs access to services, protection, and representation. As social service providers, we see the devastating effects of misclassification daily. When a student is being bullied for being Arab and they're asked to check white on school forms, our case managers are unable to effectively advocate for culturally responsive support in schools. When anti-Arab and anti-Muslim rhetoric rises, our mental health clinicians lack the information to demonstrate the unique mental health needs of our MENA communities, resulting in underdiagnosis, stigma, and inadequate care. The data gap also distorts how government resources are distributed. Without recognition in data, our communities are left out of decisions across language access services, healthcare investment, and public safety measures. It is essential that New York City pass this bill now, as federal government continues to jeopardize our access to high-quality data by slashing funding to the Census Bureau, driving staff departures, and effectively eroding public trust in both current and future census collections. Yeah. Political uncertainty and ongoing budget cuts at the federal level have already made it difficult to gather accurate, timely, and comprehensive data. In the absence of consistent federal leadership, New York City must take action in strengthening our local data systems. As the city continues to grow more diverse, the passing Intro 1134 is a bold and necessary step forward to securing detailed, disaggregated race and ethnicity data that truly reflects the communities we serve every day. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Always good to see you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Omema Ben Yahya, and I'm the organizing fellow at Malika, a nonprofit organization that also serves the MENA community in Astoria, Queens. And we're an anti-violence training and mutual aid-based building organization that builds power and safety for communities, specifically the MENA community mostly, through self-defense, financial literacy, organizing, and healing programs. So I recently joined, but as a proud member of the Invisible No More campaign, led by CACF, which has been advocating for a while to ensure that New York City and state governments collect accurate, disaggregated data and information about our diverse New York City communities, I'm here today to express my organization's strong support for Intro 1134, a transformative piece of legislation that will significantly expand how New York City agencies collect and disaggregate race and ethnicity data from New Yorkers accessing city services. At Malika, we serve the MENA community through mutual aid-based organizing, and the lack of data has prevented our communities from receiving instrumental access to housing, healthcare, and education. Our community doesn't feel seen when they fill out demographic forms, applying for food stamps, or even simply when seeing a doctor for a routine checkup. As part of the MENA community, I know how important disaggregated data is, and ever since I joined Malika, this need has only become increasingly apparent. A yes in one dialect of Arabic is a no in another. Anytime our mothers, aunts, neighbors, or small businesses seek help from government agencies, they are either refused, ignored, or simply unseen. They are told to seek help from another doctor's office, they are given misdiagnoses, and unable to understand what's happening during their court hearings, thus creating an additional burden to community-based organizations like ours. We need data that represents all the groups that we serve who are not white, and not just Arab, not just Middle Eastern, and not just Amazi, but part of different groups that will be disaggregated through this bill. And they are parts of different groups that have different needs and different wants that we are responsible to serve. So yeah, I want to thank again the council member for his advocacy in championing this bill, and we ask that you vote unanimously in favor of this bill without delay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Fajardo, and I serve as the Senior Director of Community Outreach and Advocacy at the Korean American Family Service Center. For over 35 years, KFSC has worked to support immigrant survivors of gender-based violence, offering safety, healing, and hope through culturally and linguistically accessible services. Thank you very much to the Chair and the Committee on Government Operations for holding this hearing and providing the opportunity to testify today in support of Intro 1134. We too are a proud coalition member of the Invisible No More campaign led by CACF, and we together have been advocating for over a decade to ensure that New York City and state governments collect aggregated data and information about our diverse New York City communities. At KFSC, we rely on data and research to help plan and efficiently deliver services to meet our community's needs. In our work providing culturally specific mental health, housing, youth, after-school, and community outreach programming, we know that knowledge is power and that information is absolutely essential to breaking silences and ending violence. We provide services in language to thousands of New Yorkers and have designed our programs to reflect and include Korean culturally specific features. This program design has helped drive effective service delivery and shows New York City what culturally specific, data-informed services can look like. It looks like survivors thriving and healing and building healthier, violence-free communities. Better data collection by city agencies would allow us and our service provision partners to better quantify and understand community needs and more efficiently and effectively target culturally specific services. We are proud that Intro 1134 will be the nation's most inclusive data disaggregation bill by expanding and collecting data on, as we've heard, minimum categories, regional subgroups, and detailed subgroups. Currently, New York City agencies only collect and disaggregate data for the top 30 most populous ancestry groups, and only 7 agencies are required by law to do so. This limited approach means that many communities are left out of data collection efforts. As a result, communities' unique needs go unrecognized and unaddressed by government agencies, invisibilizing these communities in policy and resource decisions. Intro 1134 will also incentivize city agencies to evaluate their services based on the collected data, which is absolutely crucial. We want to thank Councilmember Shekhar Krishnan for his advocacy, and we ask that the committee vote unanimously in favor of the bill without delay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you to the chair and the committee for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Kimberly G. Powell, and I serve as the Executive Director of Asians Fighting Injustice. We're a relatively young, community-based nonprofit dedicated to food justice, education equity, and cross-racial solidarity. So we're a proud member of the Invisible No More campaign, and I'm here to express our strong support for Intro 1134. This transformative piece of legislation will significantly expand how New York City agencies collect and disaggregate race data, race and ethnicity data from New Yorkers accessing city services, ensuring that all community members are properly counted and represented. So Intro 1134 is set to be the most inclusive data disaggregation bill in the country, and it's about time. For too long, our community members, our Bangladeshi, Hmong, Indo-Caribbean, Burmese, and Nepali neighbors have been lumped into a single box that erases their needs and their stories. We've seen firsthand how this lack of data impacts real lives. It makes it harder for us to get funding, to build after-school programs, to advocate for culturally grounded food justice, or to offer the right support for students and families. When we're invisible in the data, we're invisible in the solutions as well. Our communities aren't monolithic. We're diverse, we're complex, and we're deeply rooted in this city. We deserve to be counted. So at AFI, we've seen how this lack of detailed data makes entire communities feel unseen. When demographic forms only offer the broad categories like Asian or limited ethnicity options, it erases our vital differences that matter when we're trying to meet students where they are. The needs of a Nepalese student in Jackson Heights are going to be very different from those of a Korean student in Murray Hill, but the data that we rely on to ensure that our students are getting the resources they need don't reflect it. This kind of information isn't just useful, it's absolutely critical for ensuring our work remains impactful. As AFI prepares to launch our first ever after-school tutoring program and expand our Dumplings of Love initiative into schools to provide culturally responsive nutritional education, we're using disaggregated data to help identify the best fit school partners for our pilot. Without it, we risk overlooking communities that need the support the most. I want to thank Councilmember Shekhar Krishnan and the other co-sponsors of this bill for their support, and we ask that the Committee on the Government Operations, State and Federal Legislation to vote unanimously in favor of this bill without delay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your thoughtful testimony today, and many of you have underscored in your testimony just the breadth of the diversity of the AAPI community, stretching from Indo-Trinidadians and Indo-Guyanese to folks from all over Asia and the Middle East. It's critically important that we have clear, precise, accurate data to understand the populations that we're serving and how to devise the best policy solutions to meet the targeted needs of specific communities with the right language skills to be able to provide services effectively. So I just want to thank you all for your testimony today and for joining us. Your participation and really does make a difference, and we'll do our best to try to move this bill forward as quickly as we can. Thank you for being with us. We're gonna just take a break for 3 minutes, and then we'll shift to Zoom, and I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I didn't know you wanted to testify in person today, Mr. Quinones, so Julio Quinones Jr., we'll have you go, and then we'll go to Zoom.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Julio Quinones Jr., a proud lifelong Bronx resident, a member of Bronx Community Board 9, and an elementary physical education teacher serving the same youth and families that community boards are meant to uplift. I see firsthand how policy planning and participation intersect. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today and thank the committee for holding this important hearing. Our community boards shape so much of daily life, from safety to youth programs to equitable resource distribution. But without the right tools and support, our boards cannot function equitably or effectively. That's why I strongly support Intro 0472 for EEO training and pre-considered legislation to create support offices that assist with legal, tech, planning, and human resources. I want to thank Councilmember Rafael Salamanca Jr. for allocating $310,000 to Bronx boards for critical technology upgrades. This is proof that advocacy works. However, these are one-time capital investments. Boards still need permanent infrastructure, dedicated tech support, translation services, and ongoing training to keep boards digitally connected and accessible. I also want to acknowledge and thank Bronx Borough President Vanessa L. Gibson for her ongoing leadership and commitment to strengthening our community boards, including through the creation of the Bronx Youth Council, an important step toward civic engagement for the next generation. As an educator, I also believe we should explore structured opportunities for youth participation in community boards through advisory roles, internship programs, or civics partnerships with public schools. Engaging youth early builds lifelong civic habits and helps boards stay responsive to the next generation. I also urge the Council to ensure hybrid access is standard for all board meetings, fund ongoing development for district managers, board chairs, and committee members, provide operational equity across boroughs so that the Bronx and CB9 receive the same staffing and training support. Let's make it easier for residents to participate without needing to be appointed. Simplified public comment systems, clear language summaries of agendas, and welcoming community liaisons can go a long way toward making boards truly accessible and inclusive. Empowering boards empowers entire neighborhoods. Let's make this a turning point, not just in policy, but in practice. I also want to strongly advocate for expanding the full-time staffing capacity of community boards. Many boards are expected to engage in city planning, outreach, and policy review with minimal support, often just a district manager and one assistant. This is simply not enough. If we want boards to be effective, responsive, and equitable, they need staff who can support constituent services, land use and zoning reviews, community engagement and event planning, translation and accessibility coordination, data tracking, and reporting. Investing in personnel is investing in participatory democracy. It's how we go from symbolic representation to meaningful impact. Thank you for your time and for your service to New Yorkers.
Thank you very much for your service on the community board and for your work as a teacher, and really appreciate your patience and your participation in our hearing today. It means a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
We are now going to shift to Zoom, and we will, I think, firstly do a panel of district managers, and then we'll do a panel of board chair. Well, can we do a panel of 8 people? Does it matter on Zoom? Okay. We're just going to do the board chairs and the gistrict managers all together, one big mega panel. So get ready. It's getting exciting at the GovOps hearing. Gary Giordano from Queens Community Board 5, the district manager. Christine Nolan, Queens Community Board 6, also the district manager. Heather E. Beers Dimitriadis, I hope I didn't mess that up too badly, our chair of Queens Community Board 6. Teresa Scavo, Brooklyn Community Board 15, our chair for many years. Laura Singer, the district manager of Brooklyn Community Board 15. Nadine Gale, Brooklyn Community Board 3 district manager. Way to go, Bed-Stuy. Taya Muller, Brooklyn Community Board 2 district manager. Great to have you, Taya. And Julio Pena, chair of Brooklyn Community Board 7. Oh, and lastly, Tammy Meltzer from Manhattan Community Board 1, the chair. Thank you all for being with us. I'll just call out names for the order that we can go. We'll do it in that order. So we'll start with Gary, and you have 3 minutes.
You may begin.
We can hear you, Gary. No, we can't hear you anymore. I think you might be muted. Oh, can we unmute Gary? Is there anything we can? I don't know. Somebody's doing something.
Oh, I got it now. All right.
There we go. Hey, good to
I
hear
think
you.
when I was unmuting, they might have been unmuting me at the same time.
All right. We're starting your time now. You're good.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity and for the support for community boards. I think that most of you have. You might want to make us more perfect, and I think that has a lot of merit. Intro 472, which is equal opportunity and other trainings for community board members, including sexual harassment training. Well, the district managers take that, the staff takes that. I think it's very beneficial. I don't know to what extent board members will want to do that, but I think it is important for them to do it, and probably before they become, before they're inducted as board members. Intro 1065, I believe that proposed legislation with regard to the district managers, especially the portion where the borough president can just remove a district manager, is unfair and would politicize the community boards. Intro 1250, which requires community boards to publish their bylaws, is certainly reasonable. Ours are on our website. That wasn't very hard for us to do. And we did update them fairly recently. And the last two borough presidents were working on getting those bylaws to be more similar to each other. What I thought was intro 1330, we currently publish our monthly board meeting notices on our website with a description of the important items, especially public hearings. We also have been streaming our meetings for quite some time, but it costs us $4,000 a year, and it's difficult financially because our OTPS budget is only $15,585. Intro, what I thought was $33.96, and I believe is corrected to be $13.14. Requiring borough presidents to provide legal information, technology assistance, community planning, and human resources support certainly has a lot of merit. The community boards need that. In Queens, they have done that to some extent, but less so in recent years. And I think that the other intro is similar to that with regard to DCAS and whether DCAS should have an office of community board support within there.
Thank you, sir. Your time's expired.
So I don't really have a preference on which it is, as long as we can get the support that we need. The Queensborough President's Office has tried, but I think they're limited as far as the number of staff that they could dedicate to that.
Okay.
As far as training for community board members.
Mr. Giordano, your time has expired. We really appreciate your testimony today, and if you'd like to submit written testimony, we'd be very happy to review it. Thank you for being with us. Next up is Ms. Christine Nolan, District Manager of Queens Community Board 6. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Nolan. I'm the District Manager of Queens Community Board 6, and I'm here to speak about two things in particular, one being Intro 1065 and the other being community board budgets. I'm happy to hear Councilmember Ressler and other members recognize the fact that the requirements in these bills would require funding. Many of these bills include things that many of our community boards are already doing, like producing some type of newsletter and recording, streaming meetings, but they come at a cost. We need the necessary qualified staff to perform these roles, and we often need to hire outside companies to do it. The City Council should not be increasing the requirements of community boards without also increasing the small budgets that we work within. We are one of the smallest city agencies with the smallest budget, and yet we are the agencies that have the most direct communication with the public. When a resident has a problem, they don't usually go to the city agency directly. They come to the community board office or to a community board meeting, and we assist them with their requests. With respect to Intro 1065, I have a few issues. First, when term limits for community board members start to take effect in 2027, the district managers will be the only link between outgoing community board members and incoming new members. As you know, nothing happens quickly in the city of New York. We've been advocating for a new library since 1994. If district managers turn over as often or more often as community board members, who will be able to brief the new members on these projects that have been in the works for 5, 10, 15 or more years? A lot of valuable time will be wasted doing research and duplicating work that has already been done. Second, it will be difficult to fill the district manager position with an employee who is focused and dedicated to the job. I've only been district manager for about a year now, but before that I spent 17 years working for the community board as a union employee with job security, benefits, etc. I applied for this position because I had the experience, the knowledge, and the commitment to the community that I thought would be a great fit for our board. However, if I had known that I would have to essentially reapply for my position every 4 years and could be removed from my position at will, I would have stayed in my Monday through Friday 9-to-5 union protected job. This would have left my board to replace our retired district manager with a much less experienced district manager that would have to learn the job from scratch. I urge you all to reconsider Intro 1065 and consider all the information you've heard today with respect to the challenges faced by community boards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nolan. Next up, we have your board chair, Ms. Heather E. Beers-Dimitriadis. You have 3 minutes.
You may begin.
Okay, I'm now unmuted. Okay, I will begin. My apologies. Chair Ressler and council members, my name is Heather Beers-Dimitriadis, Chair of Queens Community Board 6, serving Brigo Park and Forest Hills. Thank you for taking the time to consider the needs of community boards and recognizing the important role we play in local governance. We sincerely appreciate the thoughtfulness behind many of the proposed measures, especially those aimed at increasing transparency, strengthening outreach to community, and bolstering support of our staff. These steps reflect a meaningful commitment to inclusive and responsive civic engagement. However, these initiatives cannot succeed without concrete, sustained, and increased funding. Thank you, Councilmember Brewer, for bringing this up. And unequivocal accountability measures built into their implementations, as currently outlined, some of the proposals fall short of meeting that critical threshold. Queens Community Board 6 already satisfies many of the goals set forward in this legislation. All meetings and briefings are recorded and shared. Our bylaws are current and routinely refined and updated. A copy can be found on our website. We distribute weekly updates to our very large community mailing list. We also supply training for our new board members, each as a supplement to the crash course supplied by the Borough President's Office. We are also pleased to say that our district manager does not hold a political position. Concerning Intro 1065, I have several concerns, though I understand the rationale behind the creation of such a measure, as currently there is a clear gap in oversight when it comes to district managers. As the chair, head of agency who serves in a volunteer capacity, it can be challenging to maintain visibility into the day-to-day operations of the district office. This lack of structured oversight has long been a point of tension and deserves thoughtful attention. While community board chairs are designated as head of agency, they serve in a volunteer capacity and often have limited time to spend in the district office. As a result, they may not have a clear or consistent view of the day-to-day operations, making it difficult difficult to assess how effectively the office is functioning or whether key responsibilities are fulfilled. This dynamic creates a significant gap. However, this bill fails to address the core problem and instead introduces new ones. Allowing the removal of the district managers by borough presidents undermines the autonomy and integrity of community boards. This practice removes any semblance of due process, offering no standardized performance evaluation criteria or formal mechanisms for review. The proposed process leaves a leadership vacuum and frequent turnover, not only disrupting daily operations, but also threatening the preservation of institutional memory and the continuity of long-term planning, both of which are essential for effective governance and community engagement. To strengthen the stability, accountability, and effectiveness of community boards, we strongly recommend several key improvements to the current framework governing district managers. First, borough presidents should only be permitted to remove district managers for cause, such as misconduct, incompetence, or violation of city policy through a transparent process that includes written notice and an opportunity to respond and public explanation. Second, an annual performance evaluation process should be established and conducted by the community board, ensuring fair and consistent assessment based on clearly defined job responsibilities. As a community board chair, I want to respectfully acknowledge that I have often felt a lack of sufficient legal support from the borough president's office, a concern that was further underscored by the limitations expressed by Alan Swisher today. As public servants deeply committed to serving our communities, it is essential that we receive the support and assurances needed to carry out our responsibilities effectively and confidently, knowing that the city we serve also
expired. We have to ask that you just wrap up, please. Your time has expired. If you could just conclude. Oh,
sorry, I didn't see that. Just the conclusion basically says, as public servants serving we're committed to serving our communities, but it's important to know that our city stands behind us when we encounter certain legal concerns. As this legislation progresses, we welcome future discussions with any of you, and I'm very proud of our board and even prouder of the work our office staff does to serve our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Chair Beers Dimitriadis. We appreciate you being with us today. And now we're going to move to Brooklyn's Community Board 15. Chair Scavio, thank you so much for being with us. Teresa Scavo.
You may begin.
Chair Scavo, can you hear us? We cannot hear you. Okay, we're going to move to the next person. Okay, we will go to the next person, and if you'd like to join in, we'll come back to you. Next up, District Manager from Brooklyn Community Board 15, Laura Singer.
You may begin.
Hi, my name is Laura Singer, and I'm District Manager for Brooklyn Community Board 15, Sheepshead Bay, Garrettson Beach, Manhattan Beach, and Home Press. I want to discuss Intro 1315. Community boards have not been voted a budget increase in umpteenth years, and yet with each new mandate imposed, we are expected to absorb these financial hardships and produce items or provide additional services we are neither funded for, equipped for, or staffed to do. This proposal mandates we provide a monthly emailed newsletter, is not funded, and would take up valuable manpower and resources, which would be a hardship on my agency, which is currently comprised of 2 staff members. We use our website to alert the community of meetings, information, and events. In regards to the teleconferencing mandate for our meetings, we were quoted a minimum of 300 a meeting to set up a video conferencing per meeting, and that figure is now a few years old. Without the proper funding, the resources, and the manpower necessary, these mandates would cause unnecessary financial burdens to our office. We're working with budgets that predate the technology you are now proposing be required. The board office would need guidance and the financial resources to develop these proposed mandates. The borough president's office, the mayor's office, and the city council's office all have dedicated IT staff. 59 community boards have 1 OTI person assigned to us, and that is more geared towards our computer needs than any video conferencing projects. We would require additional dedicated funding to resource an outside vendor outside of our allotted $46,000 yearly budget to run our office. In regards to Intro 1065, limiting district managers to 4-year stints. What city agency manager has a term limit? What agency manager would take a job outside of an elected official if they would potentially lose it in 4 years' time? Currently, resourcing and attracting staff with our very small budgets has been challenging. Now, with the caveat of not being extended past a 4-year term, would only further turn potential hires off. Board members with historic knowledge are now being termed out. Do you want to take a potentially long-standing staff member with institutional knowledge and place them on the chopping block as well? Boards have bylaws that determine how employees are hired and terminated. Given an outside agency such as the Borough President's Office, who does not do the resourcing or hiring, the ability to fire a district manager seems quite frankly absurd. In regards to Intro 1314, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the proposed support given by Borough President's Office to community boards for the accounting FMS assistance, which is noticeably absent in your description. Our financial systems that are geared towards agencies of larger stature require 3 people to pay a bill. With a staff of 2, many community boards, such as myself, are reliant on Borough Hall as being our third sign-off. That is critical to our operation and must remain in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Singer. We really appreciate your thoughtful testimony. We'll now try to return again to your board chair, Teresa Scavo from Brooklyn Community Board 15. Chair Scavo, are you with us? Okay, we can't hear you, Ms. Scavo. I'm sorry to say. So she's right there. She's coming to you. She's coming to Ms. Singer. All right. Amazing technology. What a move. All right. It's nice to see you. We still can't hear. Can we unmute Ms. Singer? Give us working on it. There we go. Now talk.
Okay.
Hey.
We'll try it again. I'm Teresa Scavo, Chair of Community Board 15 in Brooklyn. Today I will be discussing a local law to amend the New York City Charter in relation to requiring Borough President to establish and maintain an office to assist community boards by providing legal, information technology, community planning, and human resources. But excuse me, I'm a little confused. Under Section 82, Paragraph 12 of the City Charter, under duties, it states that the Borough President must provide training and technical assistance to community board members. The simple Google definition of technical assistance refers to specialized support provided to organizations or individuals to help them improve their skills, knowledge, and capabilities in a specific area. It can be in a variety of forms, including training, coaching, mentoring, and resource sharing. The goal of technical assistance is to address a particular need or problem and help the recipient achieve a desired outcome. Technical assistance is already mandated as well as training. So I'm a little more confused. Years ago, all I had to do was pick up a phone, call Borough Hall directly for a legal question. If I had an HR question, a zoning question, a budgetary question. I don't know why this has changed. Why now would an office need to be created? It just seems to me that every day there is another proposal to establish another office or agency. Government is growing and we, the residents, don't see any improvement in services. Today, everyone just assumes to fix a problem, add another office, yet we existed perfectly before. Thank you for today.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Scavo. We will now move toward Brooklyn's Community Board 3, District Manager Nadine Gale. Thank you so much for being with us, Ms. Gale.
Put the volume down so you won't echoing.
You may begin.
Do we have Nadine Gale? No longer with us? No. Okay, we are moving to Brooklyn Community Board 2. I'm not supposed to have favorites, so I won't say that I have a favorite, but you can read between the lines. Taya, our district manager, you're up next.
You may begin.
Hello. City Hall appears to be muted, but I've been unmuted. Have I been called to speak?
You're good. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
City Hall is muted.
Talk. You're good. You're good. I don't know what's happening. Why is this so hard?
City Hall is still muted.
You can talk. We can hear you.
Hello.
Okay,
Hello, Councilmember Ressler. Very
Nice to
happy
see
to be here today. And so grateful to the committee and to my talented and passionate and brilliant colleagues. The point of agreement that is the most clear to me in this occasionally spicy discussion is that community boards are persistently understaffed and under-resourced. And I just wanted to touch on one aspect. I think that our board meetings are certainly the most publicly visible aspect of a district office, but they are not our only administrative burden. And in our case, they're not even our greatest burden. I believe that district offices have a triple mandate. First, we do serve our board members and we produce those meetings. Second, we support our colleagues in city and state agencies and elected offices. In fact, the number one request that we hear from city agencies during our annual borough budget consultations is a request for more partnership in our shared local public outreach and education aims. As the council member knows, our district office has undertaken significant digital transformation since 2020 to meet that need, but we cannot possibly sustainably continue to do more with less. And third, we serve an extremely diverse district resident population. We are their trusted, nonpartisan coach in navigating local government. So at current headcount, the loss of one full-time staff person actually represents the loss of 29% of our entire agency workforce and institutional knowledge. So staff turnover is normal and it's expected for all of the usual reasons of retirement or medical or parental leave, or most commonly for better wages at a different agency. However, district offices experience normal turnover as a period of crippling understaffing. And on a personal note, I so wish I could be with you in person today, but on Friday, one of my key staff people was recruited to a different city agency. So in summary, I just wanted to, I don't know if archaic was the right word, but I do agree with the general characterization that the full potential of community boards and their district offices remains untapped. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Taya, and thank you for your great work at CB2. We really appreciate it. We will go, do we have Nadine with us or no? No, Nadine left. All right. Maybe we'll see Nadine at the board meeting a week from today. Next up, Brooklyn's chair of CB7, district leader, and wears many other hats and does a lot for the borough, Julio Pena III.
You may begin.
That's me. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Ressler, members of the committee. My name is Julio Pena III, chairperson of Brooklyn Community Board 7. I'm here today to speak on several proposed bills affecting boards and their operation. I speak today in my personal capacity, not as chairperson, but with almost a decade experience on the board, 8 of those years serving in leadership. First, I must express my strong opposition to Intro 1065, which many have spoken today, granting board presidents the power to remove district leaders and imposing terms for these positions. District managers are the backbones of our boards. They provide essential continuity and institutional knowledge, qualities that are already under threat due to term limits imposed on board members. Making the hiring and firing of district managers subject to political influence undermines the stability and effectiveness of our boards. It risks turning a critical nonpartisan role into a political appointment, which could discourage qualified professionals from serving and disrupt the consistent service our neighborhoods rely on. Our communities deserve experienced, impartial managers who can serve as steady hands through political transitions, and not individuals who must constantly look over their shoulders. Second, I do support Intro 1318, changing appointment dates for new board members. However, I do urge the council to consider moving the date to earlier in the summer rather than the end of summer. An early summer appointment allows for a smoother onboarding process, avoids busiest months of the fiscal year, and gives new members time to acclimate before the fall, when board activity typically ramps up. This adjustment would improve the transition for both new and outgoing members. Finally, I want to highlight the urgent need for increased budgets for community boards. Our board has not received a budget increase in over 2 decades. In that time, demands on our services have only grown, particularly post-COVID. For example, we are under increasing pressure to provide translation services at every meeting to ensure accessibility and equity. Yet, if we were to provide these services at every meeting, the entirety of our budget would be exhausted by November. This is just one example of how stagnant funding is forcing boards to choose between essential services. Investing in community boards is investing in the democratic process at the grassroots level. We are the first line of engagement between residents and city government. Without adequate resources, our ability to serve, inform, and include all members of our community is severely compromised. Thank you so much for the time.
We have now Tammy Meltzer, Manhattan Community Board 1 Chair. Ms. Meltzer.
You may begin.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair Ressler and members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify at today's oversight hearing on the proposed legislation. My name is Tammy Meltzer, and I serve as Chair of Manhattan Community Board 1, representing Lower Manhattan. Community boards face a long-standing lack of budget parity within the city, and no meaningful funding increase has happened since 2014. This underfunding hinders our ability to recruit, retain skilled staff, adopt critical post-pandemic technology, and ensure accessible broadcasting public meetings. Increasingly, residents who turn to AI for local problem solving are often directed back to community boards, underscoring our essential role. Boards do a yeoman's task and rarely recognized for resolving complex issues spanning multiple layers of government and jurisdictions, and instead their only recognition is being scapegoated for positions that they take that may not always align with those currently in power. I urge the committee to retain the community board's charter mandated independence and urge you to strongly advocate for increased sustainable funding for community boards in this and future budgets. Turning to today's proposed bills, Intro 1065, community boards are independent bodies, and this proposal would undermine that independence and our stability. It would diminish shared knowledge and hobble the charter-mandated role of CBs. Currently, district managers are nonpartisan professional civil servants, at-will employees, subject to ongoing performance evaluations, and thus far not subject to political timelines. I have seen this successfully work with 3 district managers in my time on the board. The DMs are an integral part of strong foundations for effective city and public engagement, and I strongly oppose this bill. For all the other intros that propose training and data collection requirements, the intent is really laudable, and we urge a review of implementation. For example, the city already provides training infrastructure for employees that could be adapted for board use, providing access for non-governmental email addresses is resolved. Intros 1315 and 15 and 1250 mandate boards to send newsletters, live stream meetings, and publish materials. We do much of this already. I fully support these transparency efforts, but they come with real costs. Without increased budgets and technological support, such mandates risk being underfunded and unsustainable for all boards across evenly. Intro 1316 requires DCAS to assist boards in securing adequate office and meeting space. Meeting space should be a guaranteed component for any board office arrangement, and I support this bill on behalf of all the other boards that lack this benefit. CB1 is fortunate to be in a DCAS building with space to host meetings, and we highly appreciate our Manhattan Borough President's continued support. It is a critical component for efficiency and our effectiveness. Thank you again for your time and your continued support of community boards. I invite any of you to attend a Community Board 1 meeting at 1 Center Street. We welcome your engagement on any issue. We'll submit a more detailed written testimony on the topic, and I also hope you allow the district manager from Manhattan Community Board 3, Susan Stetzer, who is also online, to testify as well, because I noticed she was left off in the roll call. And I hope I made my 3 minutes.
You nailed it. You not only concluded exactly at 3 minutes, but we have a current council member who's a former CB1 chair, so in Julie Menon. So we appreciate you being with us and for your very thoughtful testimony, and recognize the thoughtfulness in your recommendation. So thank you very much for joining us, Chair Meltzer. And then I sadly missed that Susan Setzer is online, the longtime district manager from Manhattan's Community Board 3 on the Lower East Side. Susan, if you're still with us, we'd love to hear from you.
I am always still with you. Thank you. Good afternoon, I guess. And thank you for holding this hearing on community boards. I'm Susan Stetzer, District Manager for Manhattan Community Board 3. I've been DM for 21 years and was a member of the board before that. I would like to speak on Intro 1065 and also the need for increased funding. I'll repeat, as many others, we are independent non-mayoral agencies. I have a very detailed task and standard description of my responsibilities. It is in a format provided by DCAS, and it is on my website, as are our bylaws and most everything else. And I've received reviews by four different community board chairs. There is a very big difference between being reviewed and evaluated and having to be reaffirmed as a district manager. I don't know any other city staff that do that, and I doubt most of us would even take a job under those circumstances. Allowing a borough president to terminate a district manager would politicize the position, and community boards should not be involved in or subject to politics. I don't want to repeat so much of what other people have said. To better serve their communities, the CVs need an increase in funding. As we've testified previously, the world has changed since we've seen an increase. We now have technology to pay for. I just had a mixer replaced for $700 for my Zoom setup to improve the quality of sound for our meetings. For some boards, it's very difficult to find locations that have their own Zoom equipment. We need to hire tech to run the Zoom for the meeting, which can be $600 a meeting. We have software we can buy to be more efficient and transparent. And some of us have a lot more work to manage dining out and cannabis applications. We see agencies such as DOT set up whole new divisions to manage these programs, but we're expected to accommodate this additional work without an increase in staff. At this point, I have 188 outdoor dining applications, and that they haven't even started also applying to the SLA. We could hire additional hourly staff to manage these. The biggest staff issue for my board is pay parity. I lose assistant district managers to other city agencies who pay as much as $10,000 more. This has happened to me in the last few months. Community boards encourage and facilitate community input into decision-making, and we're the best bang for the buck where we can partner with city agencies. We know the unique needs of our communities, and working together makes us much more effective.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to say, I would certainly support a lot more standardization, and I think if we had more resources and more support, you would find that we would be a lot more standardized.
That's very helpful. Can I ask you a question, Ms. Stetzer? You noted in your testimony that there's a distinction between evaluations and having to be reappointed for a new term. Do you think that I'm probably over speaking about a bill that's not mine, but if somebody received a subpar evaluation, that there would be creating some mechanism for a vote or something along those lines would be a reasonable consideration? Oh, could we get Susan unmuted?
Yes, absolutely, and that exists right now. It is assumed when you're evaluated, if you're not doing well, you either would be terminated because there's at will, all the board has to do is vote, or you would be given a warning and then a follow-up. We don't want community boards, we don't want staff to be incompetent. Absolutely, they should be terminated. Again, that's very different than having to kind of reapply or be renewed.
Okay. That is it for me on questions. I want to thank the chairs and district managers for your thoughtful testimony and for participating today. I will make sure that the other bill sponsors have it, and if you'd like to send anything to us in writing, please don't hesitate to do so. It's always easy to review. But we really appreciate you being with us. Thank you for your time and expertise. We have 2 more folks to testify this afternoon, Kalman Bakau from India Home and Christopher Leon Johnson. We can start with Kalman, and you have 3 minutes. You will be unmuted momentarily.
Hi there, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. All right, I'll begin. Good afternoon. My name is Kalman Boko, and I am the development coordinator for India Home. Thank you very much to Chair Lincoln Ressler and the Committee on Government Operations for holding this hearing and providing the opportunity for me to testify in support of Intro 1134. So I'm here today to express India Home's strong support for Intro 1134, and we believe it's a transformative and critical piece of legislation. As an organization that exists to serve South Asian and Indo-Caribbean seniors in Queens, India Home recognizes that the term Asian American alone is not enough to describe our clients, who are largely from immigrant backgrounds and have roots in a variety of countries such as India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Guyana, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. Many of these seniors struggle with poverty, food insecurity, and low English proficiency, as well as health issues specific to South Asians, including being 7 times more likely to have type 2 diabetes and experiencing higher rates of hospitalization. Collecting data about South Asians in particular will help India Home and other South Asian organizations to better understand their needs and how they can be served. At a time when the new federal administration appears to be disinterested in, if not wholly hostile toward, the value of race ethnicity data for efficient and effective policymaking, New York got to show the way and lead America forward. We believe that the passing of this bill will enable data collection that has the potential to bring forward the issues our community faces and result in a more accurate and equitable picture of who New Yorkers are. I want to thank Councilmember Shakar Christian for his advocacy and for championing this bill. And I would also like to thank Chair Lincoln Ressler and this committee for their support of this bill. We ask the committee to vote unanimously in favor of this bill without delay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Kalman. We really appreciate it. And last, we will hear from Christopher Leon Johnson.
Yeah, hello. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. Thank you, Chair Ressler. I want to make this clear that I support every bill that is introduced by the City Council today in this committee related to community boards. I think community boards need a lot of transparency, while at the same time that I think the council member, Lincoln Ressler, introduced a bill to ban lobbyists from being on community boards. Not only lobbyists, anybody that have a title of governmental relations to be on the community boards, because what's going on is that there's a lot of conflict of interest when it comes to stuff. I think you know about the community board, who I think her name is Rebecca Steinberg or Rebecca Feinberg. She's worked with City Council in the 69th District last year. She's a lobbyist for Kaiser, and she's the vice chair of land use operations at Kaiser, which is the most powerful land use thing in the city of New York. And she sits as the vice chair of the land use committee inside of Community Board 8 in Manhattan. So like I said, I think Community Board 7 or 8. But they need to make sure people like that are not allowed to be on community boards, because of the fact that there's a big conflict of interest, and everybody knows that the lobbyists can easily pay her a lot of money on the table to push things through the committee, and to make sure that they need to ban transportation alternatives and open plans and open New York for all, and the rise lines from anybody that's associated with that, with those nonprofits and organizations, cannot be on the community board, because what's going on with the community board is that they're being influenced by these nonprofits like Trans or Open Plans and Open New York for all, and they recruit these people to join these community boards. And what they do is they really illegally, really unethically sway the vote to get anything in their favor and the nonprofit's favor. So I'm calling this city council, like Chair Ressler, to make sure that no lobbyists are allowed, and anybody with TA, no plans in Open New York are not allowed to be on community boards anymore. While at the same time, that I know that a lot of people don't like Andrew Cuomo. I'm not going to be political, but like I said, to make sure that this doesn't happen again, anybody that got accused of, anybody that's being litigated for sexual harassment should not be allowed on community boards. Anybody that's actively being sued for harassment, stalking, sexual harassment, like Kevin Lachera, who's a member of Community Board 1, should not be on the community board. And let's make that clear. So like I said, I know there's a lot of women's rights organizations that's against Andrew Cuomo and you, Lincoln Ressler, but at the same time, that if you really care about women, I know you do, you should introduce a bill to make sure that anybody that's currently litigated in any court for stalking, sexual assault, sexual harassment, rape, anything like that should be banned from community board meetings. Not only banned from community board meetings, they should be banned from any sway inside community board. That means it will affect Kim Lachera, who is backing Saran Badani for mayor. So, like I said, this needs to start happening more in the city council. Like I said, Lincoln, if you really care about women's rights, you need to put that bill where to ban anybody that's been sued for stalking, sexual harassment, like Kim Lachera, for being anywhere at a community board meeting. So like I said, this needs to happen more in the city council.
Your time has expired. We appreciate you being with us today and hope you have a wonderful afternoon. With that, we're going to adjourn the hearing. I want to thank the Sergeant at Arms and the Committee Council for your patience and assistance, and I hope you have a wonderful day.